Hello everybody, welcome to the show. I'm in my full Praeger blue regalia today. We got the Praeger blues. The Praeger blue, right? I hope I don't get sued for having the Praeger blue. But welcome everybody. Trying to get everything open here and get ready to go because we got a busy day today. We're actually gonna get to talk about history for once, since my entire country seems to have forgotten it. It becomes necessary to talk about the history of the United States, and more importantly, the meaning of that history, right? What you can learn from that history, right? Because Nikki Haley definitely doesn't remember. No, the thing with Nikki Haley, though, is it's like motivated obliviousness. There we go, back to default chat. Default chat's actually useful to me. How is everybody doing? How is everybody today? We have, I think, all right, I'm told we have a special guest today. I don't want to, like, I don't want to get you too excited until he shows up, but I mentioned him yesterday. Strategic incompetence. Yeah, history is racist, I guess. Well, I mean, we're going to talk about some racist history for sure today. Should we go with this holiday festive music again? Brought to you by Muses. Yeah, no, I'm really excited for today. We're going to talk about Nikki Haley and, you know, her inability to just say a simple thing like slavery is the reason for the Civil War, right? It shouldn't be that difficult to say, but it kind of depends on what part of the country you're from. And that's why it's such a difficult question for Nikki Haley to answer, right? Because she's playing to two audiences. She's playing to an audience that knows that slavery is the reason for the Civil War. And she's also playing to an audience that wants to deny that that was the reason, that still looks at the Civil War as an authoritarian overreach, right? And, you know, it's amazing how persistent that is, even amongst people that you would think would know better. And some people that maybe I can't expect to know better, but yeah, there's just so much bad information out there and misunderstanding and, you know, just haziness, I guess is what it really is. I mean, like, people know the basic facts. They know when the Civil War was, they know who was president, and they know, you know, the outcomes of the Civil War, but they don't really know you know, what happened right after. They don't really understand Reconstruction was a project that was undertaken but never really completed. They don't understand the broken promise to Black people that, you know, the failure to actually see Reconstruction through did. And they don't understand that not 50 years later, the lost cause, the romanticization of the South, of the antebellum South, of the South's cause in the Civil War, etc., was romanticized in the North, right? Became a blockbuster movie, became the very first blockbuster movie, and the second blockbuster movie. They're both based on this weird romanticization of people that, you know, had maybe killed the grandparents of the people enjoying the movie. So, ironic and somewhat sick. Because Republicans hate history? Yeah, wait, why am I not seeing Twitch chat? Oh my god, it's because Twitch chat is super silent. What's going on, Twitch? Is that not a good enough title for you? I don't know how to help Twitch. Twitch, you're gonna have to help yourself. How are you doing over there, by the way? How's everybody over there in Twitch land? They don't understand the consequences of Lincoln's death. You're gonna see some major irony when it comes to Lincoln's you know, death and its implications and just kind of what that shows you, right? When we get to the Praeger stuff. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about Nikki Haley and, you know, her inability to say the word slavery. We're going to be talking about, actually, we're going to take a look at what happened on The View. It's The View? Why do I call it The View? It's The Rising. It's kind of like it's The View for me, I guess. This is my view. But yeah, The Rising with Brianna and Robbie. Kind of an interesting conversation, kind of an unexpected, you know, turn that conversation took with Robbie. And then we're gonna take a look at a Praeger U video and a British chud agreeing with it ostensibly. I'm gonna assume out of ignorance, right? I'm gonna assume it's out of ignorance, and we hopefully, yeah, our guest is coming. Actually, let me check on that. Let me just check to make sure what the status of our guest for today is, because you know, if this doesn't work out, it's my fault. Like, understand that 100%. I kind of contacted this person yesterday, and then didn't get back to him until late last night, and didn't know exactly when I was gonna be covering this content until you know, kind of late in the morning. So if our wires got crossed, that's definitely on me, not on Cult of Dusty. But hopefully we'll be talking to Dusty today. And maybe, hey, chat, maybe we'll talk to Chud Logic. I don't know. I don't know. It could be one of those days. Oh my god. Okay, well, looks like, yeah, guest confirmed. So we will be talking to Dusty. Let me just think first. We got to get Dusty into the Discord to make this happen. But yeah, how is everybody? How did you like the stream yesterday? It was kind of a wild stream. We had a lot of viewership yesterday. It was kind of fun. I mean, it was fun despite, I don't know, I say it was kind of fun, and as I say it, I just remember, like, oh my god, it's such a chore to watch Keffels. Like, I hate it. I don't want to do it. I hope it becomes less relevant somehow, but I doubt it will. It's a good example of why you can't compromise with fascists. Yeah, that's the sad thing about Lincoln. As much as he gets glazed up as an American hero and everything, there's something kind of pathetic about Lincoln's willingness to try to compromise with the South, with Lincoln's trying to make the bygones be bygones, right? Lincoln's not somebody who, you know, had abolition in his mind, you know, from the get-go, although he was an abolitionist, right? He had compromise on his mind. He had holding the country together, and it was only because the South, like, pressed the point that you know, this even ended up happening, right? And then even after the fact, right, he's talking compromise, but obviously the person that that shot him in Ford's Theater did not have compromise on the mind, nor did his vice president, who was a Southern sympathizer, Andrew Johnson, right? So yeah, we'll go through all that history today. It's don't forget the Dakota 38. After Lincoln, they came away with, ooh, theater, let's do that. Yeah, definitely give some love to that like button if you don't mind. Also, yeah, the other thing, oh my god, I always forgot. Sorry, I'm like I'm trying to coordinate a guest today, and it's like without accidentally. Marjorie Taylor Greene, nope. What I really need your help with, right, what is really not working for me today, because I didn't do the stream yesterday when it was actually popping off on Twitter. People were talking about this yesterday on Twitter, is yeah, help me out. What am I missing? That's what I'm missing. my god. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there, is the Twitter post. This is your chance to show up on stream. That's right, if you like this Twitter post, if you comment on this Twitter post, very likely you will show up on notifications here. So this is your one and only chance to do that, and then we'll get going. We'll dive right into it, because I got to get through a decent amount before before Dusty comes on. And I also got to make sure to get Dusty the correct links for everything. Okay, that's weird. End message. Okay, yeah, it's like days like this when nothing works. Oh yeah, water, that's a thing. Probably really coffee is what I should be going for, though. You lost your favorite vape? That sucks. I feel that pain. Just like I feel the pain of my Twitch chat dying before my eyes. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe I should just stop streaming on Twitch, chat. We could leave Twitch and I could make a Kick account. How does that sound? I'm just kidding, Twitch. I'm just kidding, all 5 of you. No, I don't know. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to think of that. I don't even want to know what's going on Twitch, right? Because all I care about is YouTube now. I am a YouTube girl. Oh, that's what's going on. That's what is bothering me. The lack of... I think I just exhausted myself yesterday streaming. It was kind of intense. But I feel like we uncovered a mystery. Oh yeah, we should probably talk about some of that. Like, right, there was stuff from yesterday that we didn't cover. We didn't cover Keffel's doxing Warren. We didn't cover, the irony of the fact that it was Keffels that ran the Drop Kiwi Fards campaign, right? Asking Cloudflare, the asking Cloudflare to drop that site that doxes people now that Keffals is doxing people, right? You know who else has Cloudflare? Ironically, you know what runs on Cloudflare? Whiteleaf. Whiteleaf, right? The platform that Keffals is now doxing people on runs on the service that finally dropped Kiwi Farms, right? Little bit ironic. I wonder if people will catch on to that. Yeah, no, she did. She absolutely did. That's what she's running now, is kind of an intimidation campaign. And the way this works is this: it's bad optics, right? Especially considering that she's becoming everything that she hated, everything that she fought against, right? Is what Keffals has become. But it's even worse. You're getting stuff, yeah. Oh my god, maybe I just need to like power through a couple of coughs. A couple of coughs. A couple of cups of
void coffee.
Oh my god, don't tell me I'm out of coffee. Oh, I'm running low on coffee. Chat, this is a bad time to run low on caffeine. This is when I like really need it more than normal. No, I think it's because I woke up so early this morning. Like I went to bed super late at night, woke up early this morning. Okay. That's helpful. The music makes me want a latte with holiday flavor. Wait, what is holiday flavor? Is it like nutmeg and stuff? Yeah, what I mean is that like Keffals has shared personal information now of at least 2 people that I know of, that being Soul Bunny and Foreign, right? And what does that do? What is the effect of that, right? The effect of that is what I would call the cost of crossing Keffals, right? We've been over this with, you know, Keffals' hate stream against Kira Chats a year ago, and now it's kind of coming up again, right? The cost of crossing Keffals, which I'm sure that I have done, right? I'm sure that Keffals does not love the way that I cover her, because I cover her honestly, and that honesty, like I said, it's like the water against the Wicked Witch, right? She melts in the light of honesty. She very much does not like it, right? So I don't know if I'm putting myself on the chopping block too. All I know is that you will be on the chopping block in about 2 minutes if you're watching me on Twitch, right? Because we are going to do our first ad break, then the top of the hour ad break, more or less. I don't know. It's not really on the hour, but whatever. That is your time to use a Twitch Prime chat or Twitch Prime sub if you have one, to get out of the ad break for no extra cost to you. You can also pay for one. It's $5 if you want to do that. Or if you're lucky enough, you might be generously given a gift sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. I would do anything for a hot seasonal drink. I am going to have to make more coffee or something. I don't even know. I don't have time for more coffee. I am just like, do you know how coffee works, by the way? I feel like it's not very commonly known, right? That coffee it doesn't make you more awake as much as it makes you less tired. Like there's like receptors that it turns off. rather than turning anything on. Receptors that I can't even think of, but yeah, GABA, I don't know. GABA sounds about right. I wish I had caffeine pills right now. I would love to have like just something that I didn't have to go and make. Oh, come on, coffee. I'm like pumping my French press. Yes, it's got more coffee in it. You gotta get that last little bit of coffee out of your French press. I demand caffeination, chat. I require caffeination. But yeah, I don't know how much I want to cover of Keffels. Like, I really don't like. I feel like it's bad for me to cover like toxic people too many days in a row. Adenosine receptors, thank you. It makes me think of The Binding of Isaac. It makes me think of Persona. Like in Persona 5, you're literally using coffee to replenish your SP, which is like MP if you are into normal RPGs. It's like magic points. Oh my god, okay, there we go. That's good. Okay, so yeah, thank you for giving me some love on the Twitter. I'm sorry I'm so low energy today. I need to get into it. I think we need to get into it. There's the ad break for you. I wasn't lying. Although, you know, if you don't have a sub, you wouldn't hear these words. You wouldn't even be able to hear these words. There we go. There we go. Nice, nice. Thanks. Yeah, this is helping me wake up, chat. This is giving me life. You don't even understand like how tired I was. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. You're going to get higher energy? I guess so, especially watching Robbie Suave. Robbie Not So Suave. It's an item that gives you movement and attack speed. Is Nikki running for the CSA? Good question. I mean, that's basically the problem. She's got a lot of her constituency, and especially when it comes to South Carolina. Now, this was one of the states that was flying the Confederate flag at one point. I don't remember if Nikki Haley had anything to do with that. If she, because they did stop it eventually. Maybe, I don't know, it sounds like something that they might talk about, if we're lucky, on The Rising.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley may need to crack open a history book and flip to the chapter about the Civil War. The presidential hopeful gave a meandering answer when asked about the cause of the war, without once mentioning slavery as a crucial factor. Let's watch.
What was the cause of the United States Civil War?
So we started watching this yesterday, and if you notice, the sound is way different on this. What they did is they applied a compressor to this, because the issue that we're dealing with is that the person asking the questions is either far away from the mic, or their mic isn't working, or their mic isn't turned up, or somebody turned down the mic, because this is a difficult question for Nikki Haley to ask. But whatever it is really hard to hear the person on the other end. So thank you for thank you to The Rising for actually applying some dynamic effects on this to make it more audible. We're going to get to hear what they were actually saying.
Well, don't come with an easy question.
Don't come with an easy question like, what was the cause of the Civil War? Don't come with a question that any fourth grader should be able to answer, with the exception, chat, of if they're educated in the South. Right? Because that's the issue. There is a constituency of Nikki Haley in particular, that, you know, this is a real sore subject for. They are still coping in the lost cause mentality that there's something noble in the South's secession, that it wasn't all about slavery. It was about, you can't tell me what to do, and what do you want to do with the, you know, like the freedom to do what, right? The answer is slavery. The answer is enslave other human beings based on their race. That's the freedom that they covet, right? And
Right.
as much as, you know, whether or not she herself believes that, buys into that, she knows that she can't say slavery, or else she's going to give herself away as a Northern sympathizer. You know, Nikki Haley, that was the wall of Northern aggression. The North was so aggressive that they made us fire on Fort Sumter. Yeah, right. The War of Northern Aggression. Who shot first?
Yeah, I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run. The freedom.
So here's the thing, like, right, this is a vague answer, but the easiest the easiest fit for what she means by this is how government's going to work is states' rights, right? It's a lot easier to resolve what she's saying here. You can see she's nervous too, right? That's the platissimus muscle that you see tightening on her. She's giving this classic, you know, this classic creature from the Black Lagoon face that people do when they're nervous. And yeah, she does not want to have to answer this question.
Freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. What do you think the cause of the Civil War
What people could and couldn't do, like whether or not they could enslave other people.
was?
Yeah, what do you think it was, smart guy? What do you come here trying to trying to stump Nikki Haley? What do you think it was if you're so smart? So it sounds like this person asked her the question, stepped away from the mic, then Nikki Haley is nervous, gives kind of a very vague non-answer, and then turns the question back on the person that asks it.
Sorry?
I'm not running for president. I wanted to see your viewpoint on the cause of the Civil War.
I'm not running for president, and somebody else in the crowd says, that's a good thing, because you're bad. I can't believe you would ask Nikki Haley a tough question, like what was the cause of the Civil War?
I mean, I think it always comes down to the role of government and what the rights of the people are. And I will always stand by the fact that I think government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never meant to be all things to all people. Government doesn't need to tell you how to live your.
That is a weird time to be talking about, like, limiting the rights of government when you're talking about slavery. But what she's doing is talking out of two sides of her mouth. She's trying to give an answer that she can later retcon this answer to being something acceptable, something human, something not neo-confederate. But at the same time, any neo-confederates that are listening to this answer are gonna think that she's on their side. She's trying to, have it both ways.
Your life. They don't need to tell you what you can and can't do. They don't need to be a part of your life. They need to make sure that you have.
They don't need to be a part of your life?
Freedom. We need to have capitalism. We need to have economic freedom. We need to make sure that we do all things so that individuals have the liberties.
Economic freedom, like to exploit other people to produce and sell cotton.
So that they can have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to do or be anything they want to be without government getting in the way.
Thank you. And
Government needed to get in the way to actually give people freedom. They weren't free. They were like as unfree as you could possibly be, being property.
in the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
No, you've answered my question.
She should have just been like, slavery's bad.
Next question.
Next question. She's happy to move on.
Facing some backlash. Haley fixed her comments about this omission, saying the Civil War was in fact about slavery. Now, journalist Glenn Greenwald called out the media's reaction to Haley's comments, saying on X, if any other candidate refused to say slavery and glorified the Civil War this way, CNN would have declared a national racism emergency. But because
now, I guess we got to look at CNN's response to this too now, because this is more complicated than it should be in terms of media analysis. If you don't know, Nikki Haley is running for president. She is, I think, the #3 candidate behind Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. She is about to overtake Ron DeSantis. In fact, Ron DeSantis doesn't have a lot of gas left in the tank, may actually drop out altogether, may be gone. And so, you know, she might be the #2 candidate. She is also being talked about very seriously as a running mate for Trump. And there is word that Trump is interested in having her. She is probably the running mate that helps him more than any other one that he can choose, because the perception of her is so different than the perception of him, right? She does, adding, Haley to Trump essentially helps Trump win those coveted suburban white suburban white demographic that Trump has trouble with from time to time, right? And so, you know, so Nikki Haley is somebody that might benefit Trump as a vice president. Now, she's perceived as less radical as Trump is. I am not convinced of that at all, right? If you're in the GOP and you are able to play, you are able to, you know, get any sort of respect from that base, it's because you have bowed down and kissed the ring of Donald Trump, right? So I'm not buying that she's less radical than Trump, at least not substantially. But you know who is buying that? People like Tim Pool. People like Tim Pool are trying to blow the whistle on the possibility of this, you know, rhino candidate, as how they kind of see her, this soft, like, non-MAGA candidate that they really don't want Trump to have in the White House, right? They want they want somebody who's going to do what Mike Pence wouldn't. And I'm not convinced that Nikki Haley wouldn't. I'm not convinced that Nikki Haley, there's a lot of pressure on these people, and if you're gonna stay in the Republican Party, you kind of gotta glaze up that MAGA base.
Because DC elites are so desperate for Nikki Haley, watch CNN blame the voter for asking, then say her imperfect answer doesn't matter. Here is what Greenwald was referring to.
Now, it's not your average town hall question, but she did seem surprised by it, and the voter, as you could hear there, called her out for not mentioning slavery. What do you make of that answer?
Yeah, if I were her, that would have been pretty easy to just say that and move on. But it's also, I think, pretty clear that that voter was kind of trying to catch her and saying something that would potentially make her less appealing to those independent voters.
So what Greenwald is saying here is basically that CNN has given Nikki Haley a pass, right? We'll see what we think about that, whether that's true or not. But yeah, I mean, I guess there is some chance that, as far as, like, who does the mainstream press want? Who do they prefer? It is probably Nikki Haley over another candidate
in New Hampshire that she's going to rely on so heavily. So this was an easy question to answer. I wish she had answered it using the easy word, say slavery. There's a disagreement in our country about it. But ultimately, I don't think it's actually going to hurt her standing one way or another with Republican primary voters at this point.
All right. So
the right answer, of course, is Northern aggression causes that tyrant Lincoln.
So this is
you have to go all the way if you're going there.
This is going to the core of it. I mean, sure, the criticism is not just of Nikki Haley. I think whatever Nikki Haley says or does is unlikely she's going to be president. Who really cares? The question is, do we live in a country where including slavery in an answer about what the Civil War was about is alienating to a significant part of the Republican or independent?
There it is.
And is that really the question that we should be asking and probing as to why that is the case?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, is it alienating? This was in New Hampshire, so one of the northern states. I think you could have just said slave. I mean, the answer she gave would satisfy no one because it was so like she wasn't saying anything real, and it was like just designed to avoid the question. You know, either you can go all the way and say that that it was about the violations of states' rights and the North slowly choking the South's ability to govern itself, or you can just, you know, say the answer that they wanted you to say, which is slavery and states' rights or something like that.
So you get that from Robbie. You could just say the answer that they want you to say, right? You get the feeling right there that it's like Robbie feels a little bit put upon, like he knows what you're supposed to say, but he somewhat resents it. Like he wants to say, maybe there's another component. Maybe that there was something, you know, represented in the Civil War in the cause of the South that is in fact noble.
Journey back into history. Someone pulled Mississippi's secession document, in which they state very clearly. This is after a first sentence, which says we're leaving the Union. The second sentence in Mississippi's Declaration of Immediate Causes which induce and justify the secession of the state of Mississippi from the federal union, they say, our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. Its labor supplies the product which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. These products are peculiar to the climate verging on the tropical regions, and by an imperial...
You got that peculiar word there. If you don't know, one of the names for slavery, one of the euphemisms for slavery was the peculiar institution.
Law of nature.
Right, and what she's saying is that the part of the South's claim was that slavery represents industry. It represents a peculiar industry, that being the cotton industry, and like basically race science, that that black people are somehow like genetically suited for the job of harvesting cotton, a job which is, you know, famously really hard on the body because of the nature of the cotton plant, and you know, I mean, this was the rationale for slavery. This was the, you know, what was, you know, not just in the United States, also in you know, further south in the Americas, right?
None but the black race can bear exposure to the tropical sun.
There we go.
Products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. That blow has been long.
So that's a capitalist rationale. I mean, not, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe calling it capitalist is weird considering the, you know, it's not an industrial economy at the time, right? But it's yeah, an economic rationale for slavery.
At the institution.
Yeah, it's basically phrenology that they're doing.
Was at the point of reaching its consummation. There was no choice left to us but submission to the mandates of abolition or dissolution of the Union, whose principles have been subverted to work at our ruin.
They wanted to continue slavery. I'm not arguing with you.
And not only that, they wanted to continue slavery in service of...
He's so defensive already.
Some of the things that Nikki Haley...
And he hasn't really said much of anything.
...said there that America is trying to preserve. She said this is about capitalism. This is about... government should be about supporting people's ability to have freedoms, to do what they want to do. And I think that what's so frustrating by people who are not conservative is this framing of freedoms always excludes the question of freedoms for who. While making an argument about government and how it should be in service of capitalism, the people who wanted slavery also believe that to be the case, which is why they wanted to leave the federal government. But in their view, the freedom of them to own slaves and to do what they thought only black people could do, was produce these products that the world needed, but only black labor could produce, was the core, primary, immediate driving purpose of them leaving the Union. So yes, we do live in a country where I think saying that out loud is stigmatizing, despite how true it is. That there are a lot of people who do call it the war of Northern aggression, who don't see the Civil War, who maintain that the Civil War is about states' rights without asking the question, states' rights to do what exactly? And there is something frustrating about Nikki Haley.
There's like a meme about this, chat. Does anybody remember the YouTube video? Like, it's like an animated video right, where somebody's going off about like, oh no, the Civil War is actually about states' rights, and the other person is like, yeah, states' rights to do what? States' rights to do what? Right, and just like
persistence here and tiptoeing around those people when giving an answer in New Hampshire, a very northeastern state that had absolutely nothing to do with the Confederacy.
Yeah, she just should have said slavery. I mean, what else do you want me to say?
So another part of this is that, you know, I don't think Nikki Haley is wrong to fear blowback, largely because Tucker Carlson, for one, has been bringing up a singular tweet that she did in the wake of the 2020 protests, in which she said, and I was trying to pull it up, maybe I can find it before the segment ends, but a rather anodyne statement about how this is like a moment of reckoning and we should all look to see, you know, what's going on in our society, that George Floyd could be killed on camera in this horrific way. And after that, she's condemned the protest. She's no friend of Black Lives Matter, but Tucker Carlson has been trying to use that one tweet, he's brought it up now multiple times, to paint her as somehow like the queen of Black Lives Matter, who's overly sympathetic to violent BLM mobs and all of that sort of thing. So if that one tweet gets you that level of pile-on from someone who wants to undermine your political efforts, who just doesn't like you, like Tucker Carlson, then yeah.
We had the goose meme. Yeah, there's a goose meme with this too, right? There's a goose, an angry goose chasing around the Neo-confederate saying freedom to do what? But there's also like an animation. We watched it a while ago.
I think that she was not wrong to fear retribution, but what does it mean that there's a Republican base out there, or an independent base, or some base of Americans out there who would condemn her, who would punish her for simply saying that, yes, the Civil War had a lot to do with slavery?
In a lot of ways, this is not just the Republican Party's dirty little secret, but this base that Rihanna's referring to is America's dirty little secret, right? And it has a history. It has a history in the failure to enact a meaningful Reconstruction.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the taking down the, what was it, the Confederate flag or from some, I think that's actually the animating event. Look, I don't really...
Okay, so yeah,
my beef with
that is what the CNN video that I'm looking at is about. It's about Nikki Haley's history with speaking about the Civil War, and I think they're referring to the time that Nikki Haley spent as governor of South Carolina. Now South Carolina for a long time, I think, like hung a Confederate battle flag, like the one about, the Stars and the Bars Confederate flag, underneath the South Carolina flag. If you look around state flags in the South, you're gonna notice that a lot of them incorporate motifs that come from that battle flag. There's a lot of crossed stripes with stars, and like Tennessee State has got like 3 stars in a little in the same, it's the same colors, but it's a circle with 3 stars in it instead of the stars and bars. It's just it's something that has been held on to. And I mean, the history of this is that a lot of these Civil War monuments that have become a cause célèbre recently, as far as people wanting them taken down, and right-wingers responding that, like, you don't like history. That's a symbol to history. There was a war here. And, having this this gallant figure of Robert E. Lee or Stonewall Jackson or whatever Confederate asshole you want up here is actually historical, right? When they weren't built in the wake of the Civil War. They were built in a lot of cases like 50 years later, right? And it was when the KKK reemerged, and they were built to intimidate Black people, right? To show that this is, that this is what's in the soul of the region, of the town, of the state that you're in. And essentially, it was a fear tactic. It was a tool of the Jim Crow era.
With her is not along these issues, so I don't really care what she's been accused of endorsing, like the Black Lives Matter riots and property destruction.
That's the
It looks to me like she
organization.
never actually did any of that.
Isn't that weird, right? So you got the separation also between like who Nikki Haley actually is and how she is seen, both by the far right, who see her as being liberal or woke or whatever, and by the centrist left, who want to see her as a breath of fresh air in the era of Trump. She is neither of those things.
She clearly thinks that she is perceived as being out of step with conservative culture. Thus, I guess, this kind of effort to avoid saying that. I'm not actually sure she would get in trouble for saying that it was about slavery. That seems like...
See, he believes that this constituency doesn't exist. Like, right, he's treating it like it's this mythical creature, like a weasel. Chat, you know how like there's this mythical creature that people talk about, the weasel, and weasels don't exist. Like nobody's ever seen a weasel, right? The weasel doesn't exist. But Robbie Suave thinks that the neo-confederate base of the Republican Party also does not exist. I wonder if Robbie Suave would say that the top of the hour ad break is also a mythical creature, because I can definitely assure you that it's not. In fact, I can see it on the horizon. It's coming up for you in about 5 minutes. And if you're on Twitch, this is your chance to use a Prime sub to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break. If you use a Prime sub on my channel, you will no longer see those ads, right? You can also buy yourself a sub for $5, $6 on mobile, or if you're very lucky, you might be given a sub if neither of those things work for you. But that sort of thing, it happens a lot more frequently if you're active in the chat, because that's the only way people know that you're missing. Said sub.
Really expecting people to turn on you for a pretty benign statement. I think you can say that. I mean, you could also... There are other things one can say about the circumstances leading to the Civil War. It doesn't seem really important to talk about, which is maybe why there was a level of annoying that question got asked, because why? And I'm sure the person asking it probably was a Democratic plant, as alleged. But, you have to be prepared for that kind of thing. So
I mean, it's New Hampshire. It's a state with a lot of independent voters. I don't know if it's a Democratic plant so much as that it's probably a person.
It's a savvy voter. It's a voter that's aware of the tightrope that Nikki Haley is trying to walk. It's somebody that is skeptical about the idea that Nikki Haley is a huge step away from Trumpism, and that the addition of Nikki Haley to a Trump ticket would represent a moving away from the radical right, the alt-right that Trump represents, Trump's actual constituency.
There was somebody that was trying to get Nikki Haley in trouble.
Yeah,
and she fell for it.
A person.
She fell for it. What was she supposed to do, Robbie? What was she supposed to do, right? If you were right, and she wouldn't have paid any sort of consequence for saying Civil War was about slavery. South wanted to maintain its institution of slavery, and they feared that would be, fall by the wayside in the Lincoln era based on his, his nominal abolition, even though Lincoln is very much a centrist, not really trying to rock the boat. It's like...
This feels a little like when Democrats argue that Russiagate did posts that made the election outcome for Trump in 2016. And then the post they'll point to is something that says, like, America has a history with racism.
That Russiagate did a post. So what she's saying is, we know that Russia, interferes, has like troll farms, for instance, right? People in Russia or hired by Russia that will make posts on social media as an attempt to kind of manipulate the opinion in the United States of America. Now, it's important not to over-exaggerate that, and it's important not to let somebody like Hillary Clinton say, oh, I would have won except for the Russia interference, right? Hillary Clinton is her own worst enemy. She is absolutely 100% responsible for that loss. Donald Trump is not a historically strong candidate. Donald Trump is a historically weak candidate who Hillary Clinton being a historically weak and uncharismatic candidate, managed to actually lose to. It's kind of a black swan event. You run two shit candidates against each other, and the one that represents the establishment, which is very much the target of ire of not just people on the right, but also people on the left, right? You know, the candidate that can sell themselves as an outsider wins, right? And Hillary Clinton didn't read the room, and Hillary Clinton didn't do all she could, even for herself, even the normal stuff, like go visit the states. Go visit states like Wisconsin, right? She was like, no, Wisconsin's going to vote for me no matter what. I don't need to go to Wisconsin, right? She's her own worst enemy. But yeah, you know, like Brianna's trying to find a way of being like, now look, I sound woke. Okay, I know that I sound woke because I'm having, you know, an issue with Nikki Haley not being able to say slavery. But remember, I think that Russiagate was a hoax, right? I think that it was a hoax, and I'm not that what, right? I'm your friend, right? I'm one of the good lefties. That's what Brianna's saying.
Black people were deluded by Russia into thinking America has a history of racism. It's like, well,
right.
It's a true statement. Either you can confront the true statement and deal with it, or you can't. If people are saying true things,
yeah, if Russia was using that as a tactic, like, you know, if the troll farms, the cozy bear or whatever, you know, was like using that as a tactic to you know, sway the election towards Trump, it's like they're doing it with the truth. Yeah, America does have a history with racism. Joe Biden has a history with racism. Obviously, Trump's got, you know, a more recent history with courting racism and racists. But you know, like this is a weakness of the. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It's Hillary back then. Hillary has also got a history with racism, with calling black kids super predator, right? That stuff is true. That stuff is true. And just because it's true doesn't mean that a troll farm isn't going to use it, right? That's more likely to go for that than something that's more dubious.
things that make you look bad, that's on you, bub. You can't externalize blame.
And there's the ad break.
And this, you know, Haley framed, she said, well, this is a hard question, like, you know, sarcastically, oh, hit me with an easy question, why don't you? It actually was an easy question. It's an easy question.
Super
in a
easy.
country, in a world and in a political environment where you can say honestly.
The only thing that makes it not an easy question is if you're counting on Neo-confederate voters, right? If you're counting on, you know, or you know, really just like a pretty large constituency, unfortunately, and not just in the South either. We're going to get into that later. We're going to get into the spread of the lost cause philosophy, the lost cause, you know, the myth of the lost cause, right? From the South to the North, to people whose grandparents may have, you know, lost their life because of the insurrection in the South, right? And you know, it's basically because of racism, because Northern whites had an easier time empathizing with their enemy, with the people that tried to kill them, than they did, you know, empathizing with Black people.
Historical facts about the things that happened in American history. Honest historical facts about the war that took more American lives than any war in American history. But we don't live in that country. And at the same time that she's prevaricating on that stage, we have people like Christopher Rufo and Ron DeSantis who are actively trying to pull African American history, which is American history, from schools so that no one will read what I just read into the record here about what Mississippi's secession document actually says.
Nobody is trying to stop you from reading about Mississippi.
Yeah, there's a good book called The South Won, says anti-corporatist. Yeah, in terms of not like that they won the Civil War, but that they won peace, right? They won. They defeated Reconstruction. They preserved the hierarchy, the racial, you know, hierarchy, and indeed like spread the sympathy towards that cause into the North. I shouldn't even say that they spread it. I mean, like, this is a function of the racism of white people, be they Southern or Northern.
Mississippi succession document.
Robbie,
what are you? No, the reality about the Civil War, it has been taught, is being taught, and will continue to be taught. We're not like it's not Confederates planning our school books. I'm surprised you have this. It sounds, I mean, the North did like I mean, you could say that was fine. They needed to do that, and this was necessary to end the institution of slavery, which is horrible. The hundreds of thousands of deaths, the invasion and conquest of the South, the burning of city after city.
BCAT K, just wait, it gets worse.
A scorched earth policy of totally destroying the Confederate armed forces, killing and capturing their leaders. That's fine. That's what we did. We can't
Ooh, Firebird's got a counter for the save the statue of Robert E. Lee, save the statue of Stonewall Johnson because it represents history. How about let's put up a statue of Sherman in the South?
I think it's fine to wonder if that was the greatest course of action or the ideal way to bring about the end of slavery, particularly because the North invented the draft and the purpose of doing it, which is, in my view, also a form of slavery, that then persisted for another 100 years. Forcing people to go die in warfare is the most objectionable thing I could possibly think of.
Weird. I think for
oh my God.
chattel slavery having ritualized.
If the government
See, look, if you want to get Brianna to agree that conscription is a bad thing, then the draft is a bad thing. Right? This is the worst time to bring it up in the context of the Civil War, right? When you talk about the actions of the United States Armed Forces, right? And the rationale for those actions, the action of the Civil War is one of the least the least objectionable that you could possibly find. So yeah, any other, context, yeah, fuck the draft, right? But this is the one that this is where Robbie chooses to plant his flag. And I'm not convinced that it's not a Confederate battle flag.
Make you die. If they can make
do you
you
think
die.
slave owners can kill their slaves didn't kill their slaves?
I'm saying this is a form of slavery. I'm not saying slavery is not slavery.
It's a form of slavery. God damn. Okay, so now he's well, it's just the same thing. Drafting somebody into the armed forces is basically the same thing as chattel slavery. No, it's not, Robbie. No, it's not.
The worst thing that you could think of. And we're having a conversation about chattel slavery.
You do not, if the government.
Most things that you would compare, the draft is worse, right? Robbie found one of the few things that it's just that is not an argument that you can make.
Make you go die on a foreign battlefield. You don't own yourself in any conceivable way. So that's why I don't romanticize the North's actions.
You have a right to get married if you're in a war. If you're drafted, you have a right to keep your own children, not have them literally sold away from you as property. You have a right to wages for your labor. You had a right to a GI Bill.
Inventing one kind of slavery is the right way to get.
Robbie, you can make your point without making a comparison between the draft and chattel slavery.
Look, I know that the reaction that we're gonna see here. Let's scroll down here. Oh my God, this is gonna make you more mad, Zara. But let's see what the rising audience says about this. Look at Bree's face after Robbie. Oh, they're saying Bree's face is priceless, right? I don't know. It's hard to read the intention behind that one. Oh, okay. So wow, I'm surprised that there is some agreement with Bree. Usually the comments are more sympathetic towards Robbie. But essentially, the way that I think this is going to be read by the majority of the rising audience is that this is Bree starting a fight. Robbie wasn't saying anything objectionable, and she put a bunch of words in his mouth. Honestly, I feel like she is being incredibly patient with Robbie, who is saying shit that's not only wrong, it's inflammatory. It is highly offensive in a way that I don't think that Brianna maybe was expecting this, right?
The multi-generational pogrom against millions of Africans who were brought across the Atlantic and kept for hundreds of years without a single right in the land.
Very bad.
She's paid to be patient with Robbie. Yeah, that's true. But based on their audience, right? For her to, it's the cost of doing business. It's the cost of being the co-host of the Rising to, maintain civility when the other person is saying something so inflammatory.
Have done any of it, should not have enslaved people in the course of ending it. And in fact, it is obviously prohibited by the same amendment to our Constitution that ends slavery should have applied to the draft as well. But
All right,
I don't like people. I don't like people dying. I don't like people being enslaved. I don't want any of this, and I don't know what we're arguing about at this point.
Me either.
What? So you support the draft?
She's trying to get out of this. She's trying to get out of this bit. He thinks he can turn this into a W. That's what's so funny. Robbie, you stepped in dog shit, and as somebody's pointed out, she is paid to, to pretend it's not dog shit and to not, call it dog shit, right? But he dove back into the pile of dog shit after she tried to give him an out.
I support not comparing the draft to chattel slavery.
Okay, so you support the invasion of the South and the killing of hundreds of thousands of people?
I told you, you support the invasion of the South? Oh my God, you warmonger, you, God damn.
And the burning of all their cities?
To free my ancestors? Hell yeah, Robbie.
Okay, we found a war you can get excited about. Yes.
Do you see where he's gonna go? Can somebody predict, where is he going with this? Does anybody know? Does anybody know where he's gonna go with this? I've seen this, maybe some of you have seen this too, right? Where is he taking this? Do you have projections?
Total destruction until they surrender. Very interesting.
So when we're talking about Gaza, you say, well, if Hamas will just surrender, then we don't have to have.
Oh, he's gonna take it. Oh, wow.
Anymore.
Exactly.
Well, the South just released the slaves.
So he had Gaza in his mind, right? And she knew where he was going with that.
They wouldn't have to have a civil war.
Exactly, and they destroyed every city and every armed force until they achieved that outcome. That's what I'm saying.
No,
you have a problem with this as applied to any other conflict, but not this one.
The difference is, Robbie, that you ignore the fact that 2.3 million Palestinians have been kept in an open-air prison for decades.
So the actual scandal here is not that Brianna has found a war that she approves of. The actual scandal here is that Robbie is Robbie is willing to look at Gaza in the way that he looks at a government formed to uphold slavery as a mode of production. That's the real scandal. Now, he kind of gets to this first, and I don't know how, it sounds like actually, for once, the comments are at least, somewhat on her side in this one, and they should be, but...
After 700,000 of them that lived and were indigenous to the land now called Israel were driven out in an ethnic cleansing event in 1948 at the founding of Israel. Subsequently, they were living under those chattel conditions.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
With a blockade where Israel wouldn't even let them have...
No. He's saying that the South is like Gaza. And it's weird because he's basically saying that he thinks that the prosecution of the Civil War was too harsh on the South. That, the scorched earth, burning cities, whatever, the approach that actually worked in ending the Civil War, which, might I remind people, at first did not look like it was going to go the North's way, right? The beginning of the Civil War, was very favorable, to the South in terms of, the strategy, right? And it's he's basically saying that the march, Sherman's march was brutal. That's what he's saying. We should feel sorry for the South. We should feel sorry for the Southerners, right? We should feel sorry for the lost cause. And but at the same time, he's saying that we shouldn't feel sorry for people in Gaza. That's the thing, that's the hypocrisy, right? But he's trying to turn it around on her.
Chocolate. They have to have special passes and checkpoints like apartheid South Africa to get from one point to another. They were being kept on a starvation diet. They were not given access to medicine, food, and they were ritualistically, routinely The lawn was mowed, where hundreds of Palestinians were kept on
They
killed
put
on a
terrorists
yearly...
in charge of their government. Those terrorists attacked the state of
Who's the they?
Israel.
Benjamin
Israel is now
All right. I'm
continuing this action until it defeats them, just as the North did to the South in the Civil War.
I
If
think
you'd been
it's very
around then,
telling.
I don't know. To be consistent, I think you'd have to say,
Robbie, you're the one who's lacking consistency here. That's the wild thing about this, right? Like, this is some debate bro shit that he's doing.
They should hold back. They should permanent ceasefire. That would be ridiculous because they were going to continue.
Yeah, Zara, that he's saying that the North's treatment of the South is what Israel is doing in Gaza. But what's weird about it is that he's expressing more sympathy for the South, more regret in that maybe this wasn't the way that things should have been done than he is in Gaza. That's the wild inconsistency that's going on here. It's not anything that Brianna's saying. The question, there were war crimes.
You have said that in the Civil War circumstance?
Wait, first of all, you're dramatically... I wasn't going to touch this because this is going long and not the point, but you're dramatically
Now it's not the point.
mischaracterizing...
You said they won't let them read the Missouri secession document in schools anymore.
It was Mississippi.
Whatever it was. Yo, I called it. I just Joseph Joestarred Robbie. I said, next you will say whatever. And he's like, whatever. And then he's like, nani? I made him go nani.
What I was going to say was that it was beside the point, but you're dramatically mischaracterizing how the Civil War was handled. While slaves got nothing.
Zara, are you saying that Robbie might be motivated by some intrinsic bias?
Slave owners were literally paid reparations and given the cost of their losses and made whole.
He's not only aggressive, which, yeah, I'd agree with that, in a really inappropriate place, in a place that he should just back out. He should Homer Simpson himself, right? And by that, I don't mean eat a forbidden donut. I mean back into the hedges. He should just like disappear into the hedges because he said some really stupid shit, some really awful shit.
During the war. And after a very brief period where it looked like there would be some semblance of enforced equality in the South, it went out the door after Lincoln's death. And we had a very brief period where we actually had black senators elected and the like in the South. And then we had some...
So yeah, the history that she's talking about is this, right? Lincoln is, Lincoln very much wants to be gentle to the South and reincorporating them. Like, right, Lincoln is, he lived a centrist and he's gonna die a centrist too, right? So after Lincoln is assassinated, his vice president that he chose to be a centrist, somebody sympathetic to the South, right? Johnson is basically wants to institute all white government in the South and does, and it's only the radical Republicans that end up overturning his vetoes and giving him a hard time. It's only when I say radical Republicans, I'm talking about, you remember Lincoln's the Republican Party. This is before the realignment. The radical Republicans are who kind of came up with the concept of Reconstruction, who were pushing it back against Johnson. And then after the Johnson's 2 years, he's extremely unpopular, and they elect a Union Civil War general, that being Ulysses S. Grant, and that's when Reconstruction starts.
A pogrom of post-war life and indentured servitude and Jim Crow laws that were almost as bad as the slavery itself, which lasted up until the Civil Rights era when my parents were born. So
yeah, that's right. So Life Johnson, yeah.
Excuse me. This is not a historical abstraction. Although for people who don't read, who live in Florida, very soon it might just be an abstraction, as they're disallowed from actually taking African American classes at these state schools.
Go ahead.
But this is really real. And I do think it's very telling that the same people who I think would likely probably defend.
Would anybody say that maybe Brianna is dealing with a hostile workplace? Like, I think this is a hostile workplace. I hate that she has to deal with this.
The South and the Civil War. A lot of the people who aren't understanding why the cause of freedom is so important for Palestinians. It's so important for Black people because fundamentally there are some inalienable rights which are in our Constitution, but which were not evenly applied to all human beings in the United States of America because black people under the law were not considered to be full human beings,
and
according to our Constitution.
And I'm saying it's totally inconsistent, your view on whether is the correct course of action for a government to invade another area seeking the total elimination and destruction of an enemy government and then imposing new conditions.
No, the scandal here is that Robbie's got more sympathy for racist plantation owners than he does for people in Gaza. That's the real scandal.
The North was Gaza. Israel is not seeking the total elimination of a government.
Hamas is the government of the area.
Israel is in. I don't know how many experts have to go on TV and say this. Israel is doing a genocidal campaign against the people of Gaza.
They are not. That is not true.
It is 100% true.
Well, it's not.
They have killed over 200,000 people, half of which are children. They have killed 11,000 children.
20,000.
20,000 children. Half of them, 11,000 of them are children. They have bombed almost every residential building in Gaza, churches, schools, universities, so that nobody can go back. They have explicitly stated a plan of ethnically cleansing them to either Arab countries in the region or to the Sinai Peninsula specifically.
Yeah, good point. So if they wanted to secede, it's almost the opposite if you really think about, instead of, the South is part of the United States that wanted to secede, whereas Palestine is territory that was taken from people, and those that lived there, pushed back and dispossessed, not just once, but again and again and again. And they, this process continues. Like, right. I keep on reading things of people, talking about the West Bank and making the assumption that things are not so bad in the West Bank. That process of dispossession also goes on in the West Bank, right? The settlements are going on in the West Bank. And with those settlements comes settler violence. And that settler violence has the same end goal, which is to push more Palestinian people out.
They are planting literal flags, and at the same time, their kill ratio of actual members of Hamas to civilians is lower than what the terrorists did on October 7th. This is not a pogrom. This is
good point, Bipedal.
Hamas. And if you are
it probably needs to be restated that Hamas has not. There hasn't been an election since 2006, right? That's an open air prison. They're not trying to give people a government there. They're imposing conditions, much like a warden it would impose conditions in a jail.
Are believing that and repeating that at this point, I don't know what to tell you. If they are after Hamas and they're the most ineffectual, inept, ridiculous army in the world, and they shouldn't get a cent more of American dollar, and nobody should take them seriously. By contrast, we had a country called the United States of America, half of which decided that they were willing to leave the Union in order to maintain the institution of slavery. And we fought.
They were willing to attack the rest of the country in order, lest we forget who shot first at Fort Sumter.
War to end it. They did not kill. They just randomly do sniper attacks and kill Confederate soldiers.
Oh my God, Brianna, that is ridiculous. They burned cities down. They killed half the entire population of military age men. There were all sorts of atrocities committed. It's fine. It's warfare. It happens. I'm not saying I'm against it or it's unjustified, but it is war.
Wait, what are you talking about, Raven? Destiny is supposed to debate Alex Jones? When is this happening?
And that's how warfare goes.
Robbie, they killed military men? Wow, I wish they were killing military men in Gaza, but this
is warfare. It is bloody. It is destructive. They blow up things. You burn them down.
Specifically said.
What Robbie is saying is that we can never learn anything. Robbie's just obviously does not believe in the Geneva Convention, right? Like, this has been war. Atrocities have been committed historically, but you're going to use that as a justification to allow more?
How many Israeli officials have to get on TV and say, they're all Hamas? Everyone's a likely target.
If you had smartphones back then, it would look the same.
If you had but what?
That's not true.
It's just, Robbie, look, I don't have to finish this conversation with you because you're representing a viewpoint that is like nobody's. And so I'm happy it's your read. Go ahead and end the segment. I don't need to argue with you.
I'm representing a viewpoint that's nobody's?
Yes, I don't need to sit and argue with you that actually the Civil War was much more cruel and that the North was worse than the South and the literal genocide that we're seeing unfold before our eyes.
That's not an interesting word in my mouth. I'm not saying that.
The truth of the matter, and the big irony of this all is that the North did not go nearly hard enough, right? That's the issue. That's the issue, right? Reconstruction was an idea that was planned, but never truly instituted, and certainly not maintained, right?
Your leisure.
Okay. I think that does it for us for today. Tomorrow on Rising, Jessica Burbank and Amber Duke will be back to take the baton for Rising Fridays, and we'll be back with you in the new year.
Be sure to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss any content. For those of you who prefer to listen while you're on the go, we're now available anywhere you listen to podcasts.
The things we do for content, am I right? So they referred to CNN's coverage in particular of the Nikki Haley thing. I do have a video of that we can take a look at really quick here.
It's a question that is on the U.S. citizenship tests. It's straightforward. There's no trickery, no nuance. And yet Nikki Haley managed to complicate what is uncomplicated.
So the claim that was made was that CNN had gone easy on Nikki Haley because she's seen as anti-Trump somehow, right? That's generally the Rising's, that's their angle. The mainstream press is in the tank against Trump or for Biden or whatever you want to say, like however you want to formulate that, right? And then, so there's a lot of people on CNN. They do 24-hour news coverage when a story takes hold, like the Nikki Haley story. They probably talk about it a lot. Many hosts on CNN talk about it. And but so I kind of, this is a spot check, right? This isn't like a comprehensive analysis of all the news that's on CNN, but the first thing that I click on does not feel like it's letting Haley off the hook. Not to be like, not to be defending CNN or anything. It's like CNN is a clown, is an absolute joke. But yeah, I feel like the Rising is kind of a joke too.
I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. I mean, I think it always comes down to the role of government and what the rights of the people are. And I will always stand by the fact that I think government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never meant to be all things.
Soul Life says, after burning through so many hosts, how do they decide this is a winning team? I'm not sure if this team is going to last. Slavery is still, yeah, there was notable, the anti-slavery amendments that were added to the Constitution. There were notable exceptions to that, especially when it comes to prison labor, right, that were carved out. So good point, bipedal meatbag.
All people. What do you want me to say about slavery?
Now, the word you did not hear there in the initial part of the answer is slavery. So this morning, Nikki Haley dusted herself off and she tried again and still did not succeed.
Of course, the Civil War was about slavery. We know that. That's the easy part of it. What I was saying was, what does it mean to us today? Our goal is to make sure, no, we never go back to the stain of slavery, but what's the lesson in all of that?
Where attempt number 2 fell flat, so did attempt number 3.
Of course the Civil War was about slavery. We know that. That's unquestioned, always the case. We know.
Always the case, just like the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in exactly 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That is, this is your chance to avoid it, though, by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you have one, you can get out of it for free, and you will no longer see ads on my channel. You can also pay $5 to get out of it and buy yourself a sub, do yourself a little favor, or if neither of those work for you, there is still a chance. There is still a chance that you may be, through the generosity of someone else, you may receive a gift sub, although I will tell you that is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
The Civil War was about slavery, but it was also more than that. It was about the freedoms of every individual. It was about the role of government.
So when Haley wasn't busy going, yeah, but she was busy blaming the question, or the questioner in this case.
It was definitely a Democrat plant. That's why I said, what does it mean to you? And if you notice, he didn't answer anything. The same reason he didn't tell the reporters what his name was. We see
Enzo giving us a quick little recap of the history. Reconstruction was a disaster because the guy that took office after Abe kicked the bucket because of John Wilkes Booth was Southern sympathizer. Yeah, exactly what I was saying. That's Johnson. So Reconstruction would have never worked out. I mean, look, they did, try it right after the Johnson administration. There was the Grant administration. However, the North just didn't have the stomach. And honestly, it's a question of a lack of empathy for Black people, a lack of really, caring, a lack of the ability to make the overturning of the race-based hierarchy stick. Right there were a few. There were, Black representatives, Black government officials for a short time after the Johnson administration, and essentially they were terrorized. They were attacked. They were assassinated. They were, this is when the first wave of the KKK came up, right? And eventually the Republicans and the people, they left, right? They gave up. They did not have the stomach to see Reconstruction through.
these guys when they come in.
And that's directly responsible for, the next chapter of American racism, Jim Crow, segregation, and the second rise of the KKK. During the Johnson administration, literally a movie glorifying the KKK was shown in the White House. And this was a blockbuster. This was the first blockbuster movie, the first big, everybody sees the movie, it's Birth of a Nation. Second movie like that, Gone with the Wind. Both of these are just nostalgia and romanticization of the lost cause of the South, seeing it as noble, seeing it as tragic.
What they're doing.
Now, it made for pretty low-hanging fruit for her rivals in this race.
Not that difficult to identify and acknowledge the role slavery played in the Civil War.
I'll make it easy for you. If someone asked me what the cause of the Civil War was, it's easy. It's slavery.
But for Haley, a two-term governor from...
There's Chris Christie.
This is actually...
Yeah, good point. Yeah, there was reparations paid to slave owners, not to former slaves, but to slave owners. They were compensated for the loss of their, of the human beings that were considered their property.
Journey back to us to 2010 when she got nearly an identical question.
I think you had one side of the Civil War that was fighting for tradition, and I think you had another side of the Civil War that was fighting for change. At the end of the day, what I think we need to remember is that, everyone is supposed to have their rights. Everyone's supposed to be free. Everyone's supposed to have the same freedoms as anyone else. So, I think it was tradition versus change is the way I see it.
Tradition versus change on what?
On individual rights and liberty of people.
Tradition versus change, but again, slavery is the word that is conspicuously absent from that.
That is a disturbing thing to hear from somebody that is from the party, the modern party that part of their, raison d'etre is to uphold tradition. That is a disturbing thing to hear from Nikki Haley.
When it obviously should not be. 163 years after South Carolina seceded from the Union, there is no debate that slavery sparked that war. There was no debate in 1860 when South Carolina decided to secede and cited increasing hostility on the part of the non-slaveholding states to the institution of slavery. Now, history here is settled, but Haley has a history herself of doing most anything that she can to avoid the ugliness of this particular issue. Take her ever-evolving shape-shifting on the Confederate flag. Now, Haley says that her 2015 decision to take that flag down shows political backbone.
We turned away from fear toward God and the values that still make our country the freest and greatest in the world.
But since 2015, when Haley banished the stars and bars from the South Carolina Capitol grounds.
So yeah, what we're talking about is the South Carolina practice in their capital of hanging, I think, below the United States flag, there was a Confederate battle flag. There was the stars and bars, like hanging right there. A lot of states, maybe even including South Carolina, incorporate some motifs from that flag into their state flags. But South Carolina actually went as far as to fly the flag, you know, to represent that heritage, not hate, in their state capital. And it's not until 2015, with Nikki Haley that gets taken down. That's part of the reason probably why she's so, this question scares her, right? Is she running for vice president? She's being talked about seriously as being in contention. In fact, there is some indication that Donald Trump himself, despite all the things that he said about her, because he's talked some shit about her before, right? But there's some indication that Trump is interested in her as a vice president. And it is very true that, you know, with political, the political analysis of her as a vice president works out better for Trump than almost anybody else he could choose, right? She is gold to him. She is very useful. So, you know, yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, this primary kind of is an audition for vice president. And, you know, she's up there, right? She's being talked about. Now, this has caused a pushback, right? Because probably part of the reason that it was mentioned that Trump might be considering her is as a trial balloon. Like, float the trial balloon up, see if anybody shoots it down. And we did. And indeed, you got Tim Pool and Tucker Carlson taking pot shots at that trial balloon. They do not want anything to do with Nikki Haley because they, like a lot of establishment Dems, somehow see her as being fundamentally less radical than Trump. And it's something that I don't exactly buy. Right. So that they hate her because, you know, she's perceived as being less radical, and some of the establishment, you know, center and, you know, center left, like, it likes her, sees her as it would be a steady hand, make them less maybe object less strongly to Trump. Right. And it's ridiculous.
She swayed like a palmetto tree in a stiff breeze on what the flag actually means.
We are here in a moment of unity in our state without ill will.
Yo, I can read her nervous face, right? She does like the same, like, right? This is Nikki Haley being nervous.
To say it's time to move the flag from the Capitol grounds. The Confederate flag is coming off the grounds of the South Carolina State House.
I think it should be in those places of historical settings, not in places that represent all people. You know, if someone wants to travel to see it, that's one thing, but it shouldn't be in front of someone's face to where they have to feel it. Here.
So she's still kind of walking a tightrope, right? She's taking the flag down in 2015, right? But she's kind of paying, like, you know, just like we'll put it in a you know, Civil War battlefield site, and you can go visit the flag. You can go, like, salute the fucking Confederate flag there.
Is this guy that comes out with his manifesto holding the Confederate flag.
Yeah, it shouldn't be there to begin with, and it's still there in the South. Like, you can see it in the flags of a lot of states, right? They're inspired by it. They are dog whistles to it, right? There is a lot of there's a lot of like latent neo-confederate sentiment or Confederate, sympathizing sentiment in the South to begin with, and with the ascent of Trump, you have kind of a neo-Confederate movement, forming, and that stuff becoming more and more explicit as Trump says more and more of the quiet parts out loud. It becomes easier for other radicals to say the quiet part out loud. This has stayed quiet, right? They'll try to keep it quiet by like teaching their kids that, like, the war, the Civil War, it was either about states' rights, and it was the war between the states, right? That's the kind of like fake neutral version of it, or the more blatantly conservative or Confederate sympathetic one saying it's the wall of northern aggression, right? These are things that are taught in the South still.
And had just hijacked everything that people thought of. And we don't have hateful people in South Carolina. There's always the small.
There's no hateful people in South Carolina. Yeah, if you were looking for hateful people, you definitely wouldn't find them in South Carolina. I can tell you that. None of those people are deplorable either. They're great. They're wonderful, and they desire heritage, not hate. Sure, they can go in to their Civil War monument and freaking pray to Stonewall Jackson.
It's always going to be there, but people saw it as service and sacrifice and heritage.
After that horrific tragedy, we didn't turn against each other. We came together, black and white, Democrat and Republican. Together, we made the hard choices needed to heal and removed a divisive symbol.
Now and forever, all politics is local, of course, and when the locals want this.
So part of her being seen as a less radical Republican, sorry, I shouldn't use that. And we're talking about the original radical Republicans who tried to pursue Reconstruction and ultimately failed, and as well as the Republicans that are the right wing radicals of today, but. This is the reason why some Republicans are reticent about Nikki Haley, right? They won't go out and say the quiet part out loud, but they will say that they don't like the woman who took down the flag that represents heritage from the South Carolina Capitol building.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
They won't fly the Confederate flag, but they sure will let the N-word fly. True.
Poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world.
Maybe that explains, at least partly, why Haley hems and haws on something that is so simple and ultimately so clear. Back with us is Chair Michael Singleton and Mark McKinnon. Mark, what's fascinating is that 3 tries is what it takes, it seems, for her to get to a better place on this issue. I'm not even sure if it was all that much better, to be honest. What went wrong here?
Well, this could have been a John McCain moment, and instead it became a Sarah Palin moment. It's very unfortunate timing for Haley, who's got
a John McCain moment. Yeah, let's rest in peace, dude.
Right now, and so at a maximum time of exposure, she made one of the greatest mistakes of the campaign. And I think that I think she just got in her head and she was thinking about the questioner. And by the way, that shouldn't matter who the questioner is. I've seen Donald Trump take, hundreds of questions from very unfriendly reporters, and he does it happily. So the question and the questioner shouldn't matter. What should have mattered was the answer, and it was obvious one. And I think it just got in her head. And listen, she is a woman of color from South Carolina, of immigrant parents who took down the Confederate flag, for which I think was a very difficult thing to do, for which I think she should get some credit. So I don't think she's racist. I think she tried to play it too cute by half by trying to avoid taking it head on, which is unfortunate, because I think that I suspect that given the position she took on the Confederate flag, and she said, like I said, I think she was in her head and she just didn't say the obvious thing, which is slavery. I don't think she's afraid to say it. I think she just.
So, there's an example of somebody making excuses for Nikki Haley, not thrilled with the answer, but excusing it, and somebody, kind of from the center that doesn't want to, kind of put the final nail in the coffin of the Nikki Haley campaign, for president, which obviously isn't going to work, but the more likely campaign later to make her vice president, right? He wants to keep that viable because the other options are, I don't know, like somebody, who's at least perceived as being more conservative.
She booted it, and listen, I think her cleanup was, it was clear to me what she was saying. It was about freedom and freedom for slaves, and for.
See, oh my God. Okay, so that that is Nikki Haley apologia for sure. But you're not getting it from, the host on CNN. And basically what I was trying to get at with that, right, is that you've got different agendas at work on the Rising. Obviously the host, Brianna and Robbie, they have their agenda, but the Hill has its agenda, and you can kind of see that agenda at work in the title and the thumbnail, right? The directionality, the sort of editorial like spin that the actual news outlet puts on that. And the spin that they put on that was the idea that CNN, and therefore I guess liberal media, establishment media, the mainstream media, it just has such a is so entranced with Nikki Haley and so wants her to be the vice presidential nominee that they're willing to not make a big deal about this. And I don't see that so far.
The cleanup was fine, but listen, the question
But that definitely is a phenomenon of the, center and center left establishment press, right?
a distraction at a very critical time in the campaign for her.
I mean, Chair Michael, do Republican voters actually care about this? Clearly, she's given this answer for over a decade now. It's worked for her.
I mean, it has. I think there's a certain...
You call it an answer, and yet I feel like it's anything but. Anyway.
Republican voters that may be very fond of her answer, but as an African-American who happens to be a conservative, I thought her...
The non-answer that stands in the place of an answer, that functions as an answer, that they...
answer was quite despicable and embarrassing. It was a simple...
More of an obfuscation. Yeah, Ianzo, like a cop-out. More of a cop-out than an answer.
Answer, as Governor Chris Christie stated. She could have easily have given the answer. She presided over the state during the Charleston massacre, where multiple African Americans were literally murdered by a racist individual while in church, of all places. Whatever bump Nikki Haley could have received out of the endorsement from Sununu, whatever bump she could have received out of the momentum we have seen over the past several weeks now, I think that's all gone. I think it's over for her. You have a presidential candidate who is unable to answer very complicated questions because they're attempting to placate to a base who, in my opinion, Abby, wouldn't vote for her anyway. So why be so uncomfortable with just telling the truth? It was about slavery, and whatever comparisons one would like to make about traditions or limited government is odious, in my personal opinion. This is a disqualifying issue to me. If you cannot be factual about history, I question your ability to make sound judgments about the present that will ultimately shape the future.
I mean, Mark, if this had happened before South Carolina, as opposed to before New Hampshire, do you think that we would be having a different conversation here about Nikki Haley and the effect that this all has?
Well, no, listen, I think if she said this anytime during the campaign, it'd be getting just as much of attention as it is right now. I mean, I think it's a very controversial thing that's happened. I think it's very unfortunate. The timing was bad, but it would have been bad if we were in South Carolina. I mean, she'd be getting more attention there, presumably, if she'd done well in New Hampshire. I think it's a very unfortunate thing at a very unfortunate time. And as Sir Michael was saying, she needed to be perfect right now. And the last night was far from perfect.
Was it a fatal mistake, Mark?
Wait, is Mark the GOP?
Listen,
or wait,
I don't know. We'll see.
one of them is Mark McKinnon.
A couple of days. I hold out a hope. Listen, my bottom line is I don't want Donald Trump to be reelected. I think the last best chance in the Republican primary for that to happen, as slim as it is Nikki Haley. So in my view, I think that there'll be Republicans out there who understand that Trump is a threat and will look to Haley. And I think that's a new endorsement will be very helpful. And
the ironic thing, though, is that if this actually does hurt her in the Republican primary, it's going to be the knife in her back is going to be from the hard right, from the Trump right, that wants to get her out of there. And they're going to use this. They're going to pretend maybe to care, about slavery and pretend to be against this and pretend that is something, offensive to them too, that they would never embrace when that's literally their base. Yeah, and more so with Trump than with Nikki Haley even. But yeah, that's the irony of it. But I honestly don't think to the average Republican voter that not giving slavery as the, main cause of the Civil War is actually disqualifying, right? I think that there are Republicans who are tolerant of that because, they like sympathize to a certain degree, and there's Republicans that believe that would also not say, that would try to claim it's all about states' rights. It's, there was nobility. There was a nobility in the South. They were so close. Oh, such a tragedy, right? That's, the lost cause is strong in the Republican Party. That's where it lives, right?
Listen, I've won and lost in New Hampshire, so I know what it's like, and I think she's got a shot.
Anti-Trump is the reason for the Nikki apology. Yeah, with the center left, definitely.
Mark
And
and Chair Michael.
Abby, if I could just say really...
And with the center, the anti-Trump Republicans, to the extent that they even exist. Although I would have to say that much like a weasel, they may be mythic creatures of myth.
Quickly, look, my rebuke of Nikki Haley isn't because I dislike her. I'm very fond of her. She's a talented politician. She has the experience. And my hope is that she will indeed do well. But for a lot of African-American conservatives that I've spoken to who were hoping to continue to see her rise, we're thinking, why do this now when you know your room for mistakes, your room for error is so small? Why make this mistake over such a sensitive issue? She didn't have to, Abby.
I mean, she didn't, but she's...
All right, we do have breaking news. Presidential candidate Nikki Haley is on the radio right now as we speak doing a...
So I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, as much as I can to spot check CNN to see how much the narrative that the Rising's selling us about them is actually true.
A sort of cleanup following questions last night at a rally in New Hampshire. She was asked last night what was...
I think that in general, it's a mistake to look at CNN as a liberal news outlet. That is unfortunately a very common view, but neither MSNBC nor CNN are fundamentally operating in the interest of the constituencies of the left. And CNN has, recently tried to reposition itself to be more embraced by right-wing viewers. It's a losing battle, right? Because those people that are watching television, getting their news from television, and are conservative, and especially are Trump supporting, they're watching Fox, and they're been branded. They've been imprinted with the idea that CNN equals liberal, equals the deep state, equals, the devil, right? And that Fox News is good, or sometimes even that Fox News is bad, and that really where you want to be is OAN or Newsmax, right? That's the lay of the land. This is just a losing battle from CNN trying to be relevant with the right wing by placating them. So yeah, I think it's a mistake in the first place to look at CNN as being representative. If you want to call mainstream, Democratic Party supporting news, that would be MSNBC.
The cause of the Civil War. What was the Civil War about? I want you to listen to her answer from last night and note what it does not include, which is any mention of slavery. Listen.
What was the cause of the United States Civil War?
Well, don't come with an easy question or anything. I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do.
And she did go on there, and there was no mention of the word slavery in her answer last night. Today, again, as we speak on the radio, was something a little different. Seeing as Jessica Dean here with us in studio now.
In the flesh.
Jessica Dean, what do you have to say to us today?
What's Nikki Haley saying now?
Well, so I'm just getting this in right now because, as you mentioned, she is on the radio, but she's saying, of course, the Civil War was about slavery, but then she said this. She was talking about what it means today, and she says it's about freedom and individual rights. I think we have that sound, so I'm going to let you listen to it.
Are you?
Well, two things on this, Jack. I mean, of course, the Civil War was about slavery. We know that. That's the easy part of it. What I was saying was, what does it mean to us today? What it means to us today is about freedom.
You weren't asked what the Civil War was about. You were asked about the cause of the Civil War.
That's what that was all about. It was about individual freedom. It was about economic freedom. It was about individual rights. Our goal is to make sure.
It's such a weird place to mention economic freedom, right? Like, I know that she, if pressed, she could explain it as like, oh yeah, the economic freedom of Black people to be paid for their labor, or to, you know, a neo-confederate, it could mean the economic freedom to exploit other people as a tool of production in the peculiar industry that they spoke about in the paper that Bree read out.
No, we never go back to the stain of slavery, but what's the lesson in all of that?
Okay, so doing a bit of cleanup, she also...
Chat, I'm curious about this because, like, I want to pull in a historical resource on this, but I'm not sure which ones are safe for YouTube, if you know what I mean. As far as someone tell me while Norman Finkelstein went on Russell Brand. Goddamn. See, I've always maintained Norman Finkelstein is a complicated figure, as based as his takes are on Gaza, right? There are some takes that I in no way agree with, and those are things that he'd probably agree with Russell Brand on, right? There's too much wokeness. Like, that's the unfortunate thing about Finkelstein, right? Is he's also a big anti-wokeness warrior.
It was definitely,
and it's complicated. It's complicated, the reason for that, like why he ended up like that.
A Democratic plant who asked this.
He's a transphobe. True. Yes, very much so.
The voter was a Democratic plant. She says, that's why I later asked, what does it mean to you? And if you listen to the longer extended clip of that, she says, you know, what do you think? And what do you want me to say about this? Or what do you want me to say about slavery? Our reporting from my colleague in our embed there, Ebony Davis, who was filing from there, said that the voter said that they had just looked at her previous comments on this when she was running for governor of South Carolina and wanted to see if
so they had seen some of that history that we looked at, right? And that's what they were probing. They were literally that's an educated voter, right? That's a way educated voter, somebody that actually knows the history of what a candidate has said on a certain matter that isn't even a common issue that comes up in elections, right? That voter had actually done their research.
She still said the same thing. He said it was roughly the same thing. He said he was not political, but that he just wanted an answer. The overarching fact here, though, is that this is what Nikki Haley is talking about today, when her campaign wants to be talking about a million other things. But Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis are more than happy for her to be dealing with this.
Well, look, I mean, I've covered a lot of campaigns before. The speed with which she came forward now with this clarification or cleanup or whatever you want to call it, it tells you how serious the campaign thinks it is. They can't leave this out there. They decided they had to get her on the radio talking about it.
Immediate.
Chet, what do you think? I'm feeling a little bit of, I'm feeling a little bit of, at least from this broadcast, right? There's a little bit of Nikki apologia going on, at least.
And so now we have this clip. I would imagine we're going to have a clip of her on television as soon as she starts making the rounds, that she will talk to the cameras. But it's worth noting, she doesn't do a ton of what we call gaggles, but just when
they're giving her, I feel like they're giving her a lot of benefit of the doubt
on the road, and the candidates will just talk to the press. So it will be interesting to see, too. Watch for that if she does that today.
Jessica Dean, great to have you again here
Thanks.
with us.
I'm thrilled.
Very excited.
Couldn't be happier.
You know who's also here with us? John Berman. It's nice to see you, John.
It was
I'm
like
glad
I took a week off.
I mean, it was too long. You know what I'm saying? It was too long. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, all the bosses agree. Yeah. Joining us now to discuss all of this in John Berman's absence, CNN political commentator and former South Carolina State Representative Bakari Sellers, and CNN senior political commentator and former special assistant to President George W. Bush, Scott Jennings. Hello, fellas. I'm going to start with you.
Morning.
Bakari, because you are a South Carolina boy. What happened here? One of the things that really struck me wasn't just that she didn't mention it, but at the end, when the voter asked her, this question, and then she said, "Well, where do you think slavery? Or what do you think this was all about?" And he said, "Well, I'm surprised you didn't mention the word slavery." And she said this: "What do you?"
I'm surprised that she didn't mention the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour. Not quite on the hour, not quite at the top of the hour, but it's always close to the top of the hour, some top of some hour, right? That's the time when you get 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads just like forced into your eyeballs, unless you have the foresight to get out of that ad break using a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing and actually puts money in my pocket, takes money away from an evil corporation. Right, you can also pay for a sub from Twitch, or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing happens more often if you're active in the chat.
What do you want me to say about slavery? Bakari?
Yeah, no, I'm embarrassed as a South Carolinian. I think that this is when Nikki Haley gets in trouble, and everybody who knows Nikki Haley knows that she's immensely talented when it comes to just the skill set of politics. However, she gets into this thing where she doesn't really stand for much, and she turns herself into a pretzel on very, very simple issues, simple questions. And the fact remains that she's from South Carolina. We know that when we seceded from the Union, the first line of that order of secession actually dealt with non-slave holding states having hostility towards slavery. I mean, this is like, this also frustrates me because we take history out of schools. We have probably the second or third leading candidate for the Republican primary. And this shows you the importance of history because she just fumbled it. Not only did she fumble it, but she was historically inaccurate. She was intellectually dishonest. And so for Nikki Haley to do that on one breath and then champion taking down the Confederate flag and all of these other things in South Carolina, it doesn't really match. She needs to get her story together. And her response this morning was just utterly disappointing. This wasn't a war about economic freedom, the economic freedom of what?
I mean, yeah, there's a bullet here that the people that want to see Nikki Haley as like less radical than the rest of the Republican Party, that they want Nikki to bite. And that is a bullet of the slavery was bad. The Confederacy was bad and the Civil War was fought over slavery. Like this is in a lot of ways like trying to get Trump to disavow people at Charlottesville, right? The easy answer is like, oh yeah, those Nazis with the torches, yeah, fuck them, right? And it should be easy, but somehow Trump is like, I don't know, there was the alt-right and then there was the alt-left, and I'm sure there was good people on both sides, right? He just, like, he can't do it. He can't do it, neither can she.
The goods produced by slavery. This war wasn't about states' rights, a state's right to do what? Enslave people. I mean, so it's silly. I know she wishes she was talking about something else, but this is why she's not ready for the big limelight against somebody like Donald Trump.
Scott, I want to get your take on this because sometimes people will look at this and say, well, she's trying to kind of not say a bad thing about America and play to the base. Is that what you see happening here?
I think it was just a gaffe. I mean, I think if she had it to do over again, she would have said.
Yeah, so CNN's, what they're doing basically is a lot of somebody that wants to defend Nikki Haley and say, this didn't really represent her doing what you think she was doing. She wasn't placating to the base. She just she had a moment. She had a little moment and she didn't know what to say and she didn't know what to do. She looked a little lost, but trust us, like she's okay.
Of course, it was fought over slavery and moved on and continue to talk about the things that are motivating her campaign. A couple of things jump out to me about this. Number one, in New Hampshire, there's a semi-open primary, so she's really hoping a lot of independent voters come into the Republican primary and vote for her. My guess is this is not what they want to hear from her. And number two, just as a campaign tactical issue, this takes you off message and off cycle now for probably a couple of days as she tries to clean this up. And she had been enjoying several.
She had momentum.
Momentum process stories, like she's the one on the move. She's got the momentum.
Welcome back, Twitch.
Rallying behind Nikki Haley, poll numbers going up, and now you're dealing with this self-inflicted wound here from this gaffe at this town hall. So it was an easy one to answer. she flubbed it. It's also an easy one to clean up and just say, I misspoke. This was, obviously slavery was the cause of the Civil War, and I want to talk about the future of this country, etc. And so we'll see how she handles it today moving forward. But you don't have that much time left to continue to, to be off the message you want for a campaign that's drawing to a close.
I just want to point this out because back in 2015, there was also an issue in this same line of questioning. I want to let you listen to what she said back then because it does mirror kind of how she dealt with this question, which makes me wonder if it was a flub or just trying to figure out, as Bakari said, putting yourself in a pretzel, trying not to say something that might upset the base voters. Listen.
A flag is living and breathing, and so it represents something. I think it should be in any museum setting. I think it should be at Fort Sumter. I think it should be in historical settings, not in places that represent all people. If someone wants to travel to see...
What? That's like saying that you should hang, you should hang, Nazi flags where they held the rallies in Berlin.
That's one thing, but it shouldn't be in front of someone's face to where they have to feel it.
So that's when she took the Confederate flag down after the horrific church shooting that killed so many Black Americans there in South Carolina. Is this something that you think that the other candidates like DeSantis potentially or Ramaswamy or Donald Trump, will someone pick this up and go with it, or are they just going to
attack her with that? Oh, Chris Christie did. Yeah, maybe this happened before that.
Well, my assumption is they're just going to try to let her deal with this. I don't know what Bakari thinks, but as a campaign matter, if I were in their shoes, Bakari, I would just let her try to deal with it. There's no reason to pile on today. She's made a big mess. It's hard to make it any worse.
Yeah, there are a couple of things about Nikki Haley, though. You go back to 2010 when she was running for governor and she was sitting down with I can't recall the organization, but it was a patriot organization or Confederacy organization here. And she was having issues with this question as well, trying to appease the questioners. And so you see what happened in 2015 as well. And then you get to this answer. You see she kind of meanders and doesn't really have a solid answer depending on who the audience is. But if I was DeSantis listening to Scott Jennings today, I would definitely just let her continue to wallow in this kind of self-inflicted wound that she created. Ramaswamy, make it worse for himself.
So I mean, somebody could, make it worse by attacking her, but honestly, I feel like Chris Christie, by jumping in there, he might have actually given her an out. Right now, she can change the subject to here's my response to Chris Christie, and everybody hates Chris Christie, right? That's like pulling the Hassan paracord, the Hassan bad parachute, except for the Republican Party, is to have a fight with Chris Christie. It's super easy.
I don't think he has the capacity.
Easy mode.
Issues of race. And so I think that the individuals who, and no telling what Donald Trump will do, you should stay out of it, which means Donald Trump probably will jump headfirst into it.
Bakari Sellers and Scott Jennings. Scott's like, I'm done. I can't go there today. It's Thursday. We're almost at Friday. I just want to live my life. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for that analysis. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the surprise, chat. Surprise, the rising misrepresented CNN's coverage. Were there people apologizing and making excuses for Nikki Haley? Yeah, but I mean, they just kind of they mostly did debates between people who thought that she was cooked and people that hoped that she was not cooked. But that is not the only thing that Nikki Haley has done of note. We never got to cover this, right? And this is actually really interesting here. It was a few debates ago. I don't know if it was a few debates ago or if it was last debate. It was a while ago in the Republican primary debates when Nikki Haley brought up the idea that maybe TikTok was making kids anti-Semitic.
From Anthony Goldblum, a new survey suggests TikTok is a meaningful driver of a surge in anti-Semitism.
Okay, first my first question is, how is How is anti-Semitism defined?
Oh, well, wait for this. Spending at least 30 minutes a day on TikTok increases the chances a respondent holds anti-Semitic or anti-Israel views by 17%, compared with 6% for Instagram and 2% for X. And then the actual graph puts on the graph, this is the relationship between platform usage and anti-Semitic / anti-Israel views.
So do you see the trick already? Do you see what's going to go on here? Anti-Semitic / anti-Israel views. We're grouping those together. We're not differentiating those. Those are in the same, like, right? Those are grouped together here.
It's almost like if they were the same thing, you wouldn't have to keep doing that clumsy slash thing the whole time.
Exactly.
This is not a good survey. But so my question would be, was the question asked in the survey document, like, whatever like the criteria was it measured as anti-Israel and anti-Semitic separately, and then they combined them in the after?
How dare Christie compare our beloved Donald Duck to Trump, right?
Or did they just and like one was very high and one was very low, and it was clear? Or were the two conflated in the intake, like or sort of the input as well? Because I mean, either one is terrible. But
luckily, this person.
Bad this is.
Right. So there's still a lot of this data to look through here, but someone has pulled the raw data and plotted some of the specific questions, because basically they asked very specific questions, and this chart that we just pulled up is like an amalgamation of all those questions.
So in other words, when you look at a study, right, there are charts often in the study, right, that are they take the data and they try to plot it out in useful ways to show it to you, and it's the purpose of a chart, right? This chart, this study, that what we just saw was a chart from the study, right? And what we're about to look at is a chart that was not in the study. This they took the raw data from the study and they created their own chart to better interrogate the question about the relationship between social media use and anti-Semitism in a more useful way.
Some of them are questions that can be seen as anti-Semitic. Some of them are questions that can be seen as anti-Israel. But those are, like we were just saying, are two distinct things. And you could pull up that other post that I put in there. It's the one I posted before. It accidentally sent twice. I don't know why, but it's the same tweet.
Okay, but these are the questions. Do you want me to read it? Because I have it on the big screen. Compared to other Jewish or to other groups, Jewish people
I think she's having technical.
Have to the Holocaust just to further their political agenda. Jewish people chase money more than other people do. I mean, that's obviously anti-Semitic. But then here we go.
Yeah, that's definitely anti-Semitic. So yeah, the first two are anti-Semitic, or the first three, I think. Oh God, wait, are we seeing all these? I feel like we're missing. Yeah, there's a third study, right? There's three questions. I think the three top questions are anti-Semitic. The bottom three questions are talking about Israel. They're not talking about Jewish people. They're talking specifically about the state of Israel.
Israel and its supporters are a bad influence on our democracy. Israel can get away with anything because its supporters control the media. And Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. Now, I mean, those final three there clearly are related to Israel's assault on Gaza, I would say.
Right.
And
but if you look at the chart, though, pull it back up, Bradley.
But the two media ones, though, I want to say, like, the first one is anti-Semitic because it's about Jewish people. Israel supporters controlling the media.
Okay, we're not now seeing the whole thing. Yeah, the first three really clearly anti-Semitic.
Explicitly about Jewish people. It can be, right? But it can also be about the fact that...
Like, I don't know if Dana Bash is Jewish. She's an Israel supporter.
Right. I mean, but like our national security establishment and like the white Western power structure has oversized influence in the media, and they are pro-Israel. That's what I would say about that.
Right.
I would also say that it's not surprising that there's a lot of anti-Semitism in America or online or being diffused out there, considering, again, this is the United States of America. I think that's just like to be taken. I think you still shouldn't conflate it with genuine anti-Israel statements and like pro-Palestinian statements at that.
Right. So if you look at that chart, though, you'll see that for pretty much every question, there's this green line that's at the very bottom. Now, the x-axis is time spent on. So the more time spent on, the more or less someone agrees with those views. Now, that green line is on the bottom for almost every single one. That green line is the TikTok data.
Okay, so green is TikTok, blue is Twitter.
Blue line that's on top for almost every
red is television.
Single one. That's
is
Twitter.
X. Yeah, Twitter. Yeah. and the ones at the top, the more explicitly anti-Semitic ones, if we can put that back up here. Oh, it is. Sorry. Look
at that. Look at where we find the greatest incidence of anti-Semitism. It's amongst Twitter users and television watchers. Like people, in other words, this is like the X is like the more you watch television, on the red one, the more you go on Twitter on the blue one, right? You're seeing as these things increase, the rate of answering yes to a blatantly anti-Semitic statement increases. Whereas with TikTok, it's an interesting it's an interesting shape actually, but the trend is, at least in the latter half, the trend is like downward.
You see that Twitter is at the top of every category, but also there's a decrease in the TikTok line there for the most explicitly anti-Semitic ones.
Right. So the more time you spend on TikTok, apparently, the less anti-Semitic you get, unless you conflate the Israel ones on the bottom there, where you see that TikTok rises as you spend more time on there, and because that's really an effect of TikTok being a community that skews very young. It's from its very earliest days. People seem to forget that TikTok started when ByteDance wanted to roll out a US version of TikTok because they have their own one in China. And to do so, they bought another app, another company called Musical.ly, which was basically an app for like young kids and teens to like record themselves lip syncing to music. And they bought that app and they rebranded it as TikTok. So from its very founding, it was already skewing very young. It continues to skew young. And we know young people have pro-Palestine views. I mean, it's not really a chicken or an egg scenario because you could probably find young people who aren't on TikTok who have the same pro-Palestine views. The people are using TikTok to share the views they already hold, and those views just happen to be pro-Palestine.
I would also
go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that I think that it's unfair for the X chart not to control for Elon Musk. Because I feel like if you just like remove him from the data set, the chart that line goes down like at least 90%.
What if you control for blue checks? Then we're like seeing
it's the least racist platform. It's the least racist platform online.
Oh yeah. Stella the dog writes in saying, "Wow, guys, your anti-Semitism is showing. Jews control the media is anti-Semitism. Israel is Nazis is anti-Semitism. Just wow." I think I literally said that the Jews control the media one is anti-Semitic.
Is anti-Semitism, yeah.
And I don't agree.
But that is a distinct point. Then the media supporters support the state of Israel as it's constructed now, or are as shorthand Zionists, and that is not to say anything about their religion. There's plenty like
Christian
Mike Huckabee
Zionists.
is a Zionist.
Yes.
When I say Zionist, I use Zionist because guess what? Like I don't want to say Israeli, despite the fact that Israeli society is very hawkish with regards to Palestinians. I don't want to say Israelis because there's lots of Israelis that don't support it.
Yeah.
But I do say Zionist because whether you're a liberal Zionist or a right-wing Zionist, I do think like that is the most precise label, despite what people have. And I'll admit, like when I first got into this business, I was skittish about you.
Yeah, good point, Shakespeare. That's the ironic thing about the conflation of the term Zionism with somehow being a dog whistle for Jews. In the United States, at least, most Zionists are evangelical Christian Zionists, right? That are, Zionists in many cases out of, anti-Semitic, theory about the end times.
That word, because it has been decoded by the same media we're talking about as meaning anti-Semitism. Surprise, IMer. That's the entire conversation we're having right now as 17,000 Palestinians are killed, right?
And I just want to also say, too, like, Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. I mean, I don't think that that's anti-Semitic at all. Like, you can say it's hyperbolic, and you can say that we should be careful because obviously...
And it doesn't rise to the level of Holocaust yet?
Yeah, I mean, the Holocaust, 6 million people. There were 6 million Jews were killed. Like, that is one of the worst crimes in the history of the world, if not the worst crime. But to say that Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews, if you just want to refer to crimes of genocide, well, take it up with Roz Siegel and other scholars, literal Holocaust scholars, who say that these are crimes of genocide.
Well, and you also have Zionists saying that actually Hamas is the Nazis, which is also a ludicrous comparison. So, yeah, I mean...
Douglas Murray said that the Nazis didn't actually take any pleasure in killing Jews during the Holocaust. They drank themselves almost to death because of how guilty they felt.
I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu says that that Hitler got the idea of extermination from the Palestinian Grand Mufti, which is a complete lie and conspiracy theory meant to continuously, dehumanize the Palestinians and make it so that, like, people in Israel and others believe that the Palestinians are a greater threat to them than Nazis. It's a complete exploitation of the generational trauma of the Holocaust. So I hope that clears it up for you.
Yeah, like obviously the statement Jewish people talk about the Holocaust just to further political agenda, that is blatantly anti-Semitic. The state of Israel does cynically use the legacy of the Holocaust towards ends. And I'm sorry, you can't have a grown-up conversation about this nation state that we give billions of dollars worth of bombs to unless you are willing to be grown up about that,
Yeah,
frankly.
I mean, Sell the Dog is continuously writing in saying you guys should visit the Holocaust Museum. You have no understanding of how the term Zionist was used to perpetuate the Holocaust. I've been to the Holocaust Museum. I'll never forget seeing all the shoes lined up together. And I went there as a kid. And it's one of the, as I just said, it is, if not, one of the worst crimes that humanity has ever engaged in, if not the worst.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
so,
it's distinct.
But Zionism, conflating Zionists with Judaism is...
I think it is fucking offensive
It is
to say that what we're doing is actually preparing the ground for more killing, because I think actually that's what Zionists are doing right now. And all these games that we're playing, we have to be super sensitive about how we describe the killing of, I mean, who is it? Nick Kristof, not a leftist by any sense of imagination, is saying, I'm not sure where what's his name from Current Affairs got this quote from, where Nick Kristof is publishing. But he writes, I'm just trying to pull it up here, that the comparison is, oh yeah, here we go. Nick Kristof, no less, says that.
Yeah, Shakespeare, I was kind of made uncomfortable about the last question was like a little bit, like it's not something that that I would say, but in terms of if you want to test for explicit anti-Semitism, then this is not the way to do it, right? To combine the first three statements with the second three, it essentially just makes your data useless, right? You're not separating out one's opinion on the actions of the Israeli government from the questions that are really clearly, like the first three questions, clearly anti-Semitic.
The massacre of Gazan civilians is comparable to the Rwandan genocide. So I guess maybe let's take it out of the context of World War II. Rwanda. Congratulations, Israel. That's the comparison now. If fine, maybe World War II and Nazis and the Holocaust plays too much of a role in how we conceptualize foreign policy stuff. Well, it
plays too much of a role in how we conceptualize. I mean, if genocides can only be considered genocides when they rise to the level of the Holocaust, then oh my God, are we in a world that I don't even want to be in? Because
then it makes the the utility of being aware of the phenomenon of genocides becomes useless at that point, right? If you're only ever gonna call something a genocide in retrospect, then you're essentially, you've resigned yourself to allowing genocides to continue to happen.
Genocides happen at smaller scales. We just had a guest on to talk about genocide in Sudan. So crimes of genocide are crimes of genocide,
Yeah.
and that's
like we are not
here.
setting the table for another Holocaust. Our Secretary of State is going around the Middle East saying, "Hey, we're trying to ethnically cleanse these Palestinians out of this state of Israel. Do you want to take them?" Like that's where we're at now. And so like these phantoms that actually were doing another Holocaust, like I'm sorry, that is a product of propaganda. And that is like Israel itself has used that cynically. So I'm sorry, I don't take instruction on this.
And let me also just say too that I believe that the conflation of Zionism with Judaism is inherently anti-Semitic. It's like saying that the only real form of being a Muslim is to be a religious fundamentalist or a religious nationalist. The only form of being a Christian is to be a Christian nationalist.
And the people that you really hear that really push that point forward as far as the conflation of the state of Israel with the Jewish people are people that are either anti-Semitic or people that are, that are the far right, have like a far right opinion on Israeli politics.
That is playing right into the hands of the most extreme members.
Thank you, Paul Squall.
Of a religion or of like an ethnicity, and it's been used by the Israeli government to cover for their crimes.
It's being used right now.
Yeah.
Right now, where's Benjamin Netanyahu saying, look at all these protests in the West. We need to push back on that. That's the pushback.
Yeah.
The pushback is Stefanik pretending like any sort of chant saying Intifada is actually, no, we want a second Holocaust, as opposed to a resistance to a colonization. Like it's a deliberate misinterpretation for a hysterical propaganda value. That's what we're seeing right now from people who are killing civilians by the thousands.
Gerald from New Orleans.
Chad, I gotta admit, I'm kind of tired. It looks like Dusty's not gonna be here. I am gonna go ahead with the Chud Logic segment, but I'm gonna need coffee if I'm gonna get through that, right? Chud Logic is like, you saw how frustrating Robbie Suave is. Imagine Robbie Suave if he grew up in the UK, right? And didn't really know that much about the American Civil War, didn't know much more about the American Civil War than I do about the English Civil War, and still felt that he should opine about a PragerU video emphasizing Lincoln's desire to compromise and to make peace and to not punish the South, right?
No.
As being, what's up?
That's funny how the
It's Zara. It's a Zara.
A wild Zara appeared in the high grass.
Yeah, no Dusty today. I've just heard from Dusty that something came up, so hopefully that is not too difficult to take care of. But we did get a rain check from Dusty, so probably try to talk about it sometime. It'd be useful, or if we can't talk about that, maybe we'll talk about Shoe on Head. Chat, how do you feel about that? Oh no, Dusty's actually Dusty's busy with some IRL stuff, but hopefully maybe a conflict even between taking care of the IRL stuff before the show, right? That's what that's what came up for Dusty. But anyway, we will figure out a way. It'd be nice to talk about the Shoe on Head thing, since I don't think I watched the Xander Hall debate with Dusty. So Dusty gets brought up on Xander Hall's Xanifesto, which we watched yesterday, in the context of being somebody who gave him some pretty good advice about not trusting Shoe on Head, right? It turns out that Dusty was right. Dusty was right about that, at least. I don't know the most about Dusty. I know that Dusty has a very long history, has been a content creator for a very long time, and much like Ethan Klein was on the other side of things, when he started out on content, was doing some kind of anti-SJW atheist content before changing his mind and maybe changing his heart. It's hard to tell, but that's what I know about Dusty, right? Is that he's had a long road, and but yeah, it'd be interesting to talk to Dusty about his perspective on Shoe on Head, and how somebody like him who admittedly did not always have the best politics, caught a problem with somebody that Vosh and Xander Hall and the rest of them just looked right over.
Yeah, it's definitely a wild situation. Um, I understood that you needed some Void coffee, so I
I
figured
do need to get some Void coffee. Do you want to talk to chat for a second?
I would love to talk to
Do you have any thoughts before I go? Do you have any thoughts about the Nikki Haley situation or or I guess either Nikki Haley situation?
better if I waited till you came back.
That's true, and then I could pee too, and then I'd have an empty
could, like,
bladder.
You could pee, you could get coffee, you could even grab a snack if you have a snack that you want.
I need something. I need some kind of pick me up. If I'm ever gonna get through this show, but chat, it's really your support more than anything that picks me up. So give Azera your attention, and I will be back as quickly as I can. Meow.
Wonderful. Meow. So, hi Dame Al and Michael and Moanep. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick. I see Dusty probably too busy getting ready for his show. Nice that Dusty got back with you. Apparently Dusty called out Shuzan and Amazing Atheist years ago. Then Kevin Logan and Christy Winters also called them out years ago as well. Well, I do think that was good advice that Dusty gave to Zan that Zan didn't take. Dusty's politics changed around the time mine did. Wait, so it was Chud Logic that brought up Dusty randomly recently? For a moment, I thought it was the Canadian sovereign citizen impossible. Oh my. Lamau, hi Zara, hi AC. Meow! Moana Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. Hi Moni. A Canadian. Right, no, I just cut out, so I'm not reading that on YouTube because some of those phrases can make YouTube really uneasy. Hey, Paul Squall. Also, I loved that earlier you were like, I'm an NCC nationalist. It made me like giggle super hard. I just saw it. Oh, that sounds way better than the games I pitched. All games are wonderful. I don't know the context, but how is everybody holding up, chat? Like, we've been going over some heavy stuff. There's a lot of content, emotionally charged and some really high tension. Y'all doing good? Did you prepare enough to drink and snack on? Actually, Barking Geese 3 sounds like it could be good. I wish I was guessing what BG3 stood for, Zera. I believe BG3 stands for Baldur's Gate 3. That's the popular abbreviation of the Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. I did it backwards. That's really great. Also, I only saw part of Nikki Haley's weird way of addressing slavery. Weird of her to not address it since it was deemed okay to address. Tim Scott must be glad it was her and not him in there. It's frustrating that any significant portion of the voter base for a political party would still be like deeply invested in the lost cause and support of the Confederacy or the propaganda behind it. But unfortunately, white supremacy is alive and well in the United States. So it makes sense that Nikki, who is someone who, for a Republican candidate, is very careful with her word choice and pays a lot more attention than your average, like, Trump clone, despite her being a part of his administration as, I believe, ambassador to the UN. Morbius. Is modding. Oh. Nikki Haley is sorry if you were triggered, whether positively or negatively. See, that is exactly what Nikki Haley would say. Nikki Haley would respond like a ChatGPT politician. Not only is the US, Europe is going downhill too. True. True. Um, I'm trying to think now. There's got to be some really great names for what BG3 could stand for as a game. I just keep imagining like a bridal goose game where you play like the goose from Goose Game, but you're getting married and you get to try on different wedding dresses and chase people to do terror. You know, just really give them what for. Infinite Magic Raid right now. I've never heard of that game. That sounds fun. I like the idea of magic and raids and infinity. Bridal Goose. Oh my god. Yes. A Burrito Grande 3. That sounds like that could be fun on multiple layers. You know, Project 2025 is real because Dems won't talk about it. That's true. I just put on 1 pound of lotion on my face and it's already dried down. Wow. Haha, that's the scariest part ever. Goose Bride. It is. It's like you could have a bridezilla, but imagine if you had a goosezilla in a bridal gown. Me either, but sounds cool. How long is it? The Goose Game is on my list of games to play. Oh, see that one's that's pretty short. You can play it in a couple hours. It depends on how hard you want to play it. A gaggle of goose maids. I know. Think about the bridesmaids. What are their goose knives gonna be like? Will they just chase people with scissors? I mean, we know geese are serious. Soul Life, no, it doesn't allow your skin to breathe. That is one of the that's the trouble with like Vaseline. It's not exactly like good for breathing. I also got Monster Hunter World. It's really good. Huh. Twitch. Are y'all alright over there, Twitch? Are y'all doing okay? Are you okay? Also, the TMR segment about Zionism is true. Most Zionists are white Christian, then white Jews. The video about Israel and US's connection and similarities was really good. Will they just chase people with scissors? Thanks for making Goose Bride even scarier. Y'all know a Goose Bride would absolutely be about that life. Like, oh my god, this is my new favorite game. They have to make this now. It needs to be like a DLC pack. Did I miss anything that came before the Nikki Haley and slavery part? They don't have a goose emoji. They need a goose emoji. Are the scissors in its hand? I don't know. It might just be in its beak. Vaseline is a byproduct of refining oil. I'm surprised it's not cancerous, or is it? You know, I'm pretty sure Vaseline is safe for the body. However, it's not recommended that you ingest Vaseline. And, you know, as an oil product, they're not necessarily known for being like breathable. So, it may not be like I would recommend reading the entire contents of the container before applying it to make sure you're using it within its designed intention. Not knowing makes it even worse. I know. What if it had scissors in its hand and a knife in its beak? I've seen geese with knives in their beaks. They're terrifying. They're horrifying. They're like aggressive waterfowl. that are more petty than I am. And that's saying a lot because, like, I am incredibly petty compared to, you know, like these, at least for average, I am incredibly petty. I think it's possible that geese may actually be more scary than sharks because geese will chase you back to your house, back to your car, back to the bus stop, and a shark will only chase you to the edge of the water unless there's a sharknado, and in that case you need to be a little bit more careful. Vaseline, what is its intended purpose? Goose starting the chase. What do you use it for? Goose getting angry. All I can think of is the state's right to what, but the goose is instead saying, you know, like, but Vaseline is used for what? But Vaseline is used for what? Peace was never an option. I mean, I really don't play around with geese. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't joke around with geese. They are wild. They're dangerous. I would rather let the baby, the kangaroo, box with me than deal with an angry geese while I was walking in the park. Like, if you had to pick between getting attacked by a juvenile kangaroo or a goose, what would you pick? All geese, no peace. Yours was a better representation of the memes there. No. Oh, no. I'm just very imaginative, and I have a healthy fear of geese. I think it's normal for people to have a terrible fear of geese. I would pick the kangaroo, no contest. I've been chased by geese before. Kangaroo. See? What do y'all think No Comment Chick's gonna pick? Like, do y'all think Irene would choose the vicious goose or the juvenile kangaroo? All that honking. Flower ring bearer gosling. Aww.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh, wait, did I forget something?
What about a flower ring bearer Ryan Gosling? You know? Like Ryan Gosling, but he's like terrorized by these geese. So they do his bidding, kind of like a butler or like a manservant. And he's just like completely broken and humbled. And he needs to be rescued. He needs to be rescued by a chatter.
Do I get 3 guesses as to what Chad is currently talking about right now?
You may try to guess with 3 guesses, and then we have a question for
Question?
you.
I got a question? A riddle?
It's not really a riddle, it's just a question. Sorry, Ryan, looks like you're dead.
Oh no.
Oh my god, chromatic
Okay,
mate.
so kangaroos, geese, Ryan Gosling, and flower bearers. Ooh, wait, like, so wow, I'm still Vriska, aren't I? I have to
You're still
transform
Vriska.
back. Wait, can I transform back? Yes, I can. Wait, sometimes I wake up and I'm Vriska, right? Sometimes it feels like in creating content, like I feel like Vriska. But
Well, it's
that's
just a
only
question about your deepest values.
Yeah, really. Well, oh, that's the question. That's the riddle. It's not a riddle. It's a question about my deepest values. Like, would
No,
that be the
it's not.
question?
No, you have to guess first, and then I'll explain.
I have to guess what it's about. So
Because
my
you said
clues
you
are
were gonna
geese,
take a guess.
kangaroos, and this is without me like scrolling back the chat at all, right? I haven't, I'm gonna try to guess without scrolling back the chat. Geese, kangaroos, ring bearers. Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling like a goose, gooseling, gosling. The goose as the bearer of the ring symbolizes infinity, and the goose is bearing the ring. The goose bears infinity. You stare into the void and the goose stares back at you and honks. Is that it?
You're so close in some ways.
It's like the parable of the camel, the lion, and the child from Thus Spake Zarathustra, except instead of, like, for one of those, we swap out the goose. I think the goose is the lion?
I mean, for what you were describing, in some ways, could easily be like some sort of parallel to like J.R.R. Tolkien's, Middle Earth.
Yo, there should have been geese in that story. Well, I mean, there were...
The power scaling would have just been out of control.
With geese, yeah. Geese are usually
so I
overpowered, especially space geese.
Oh my God, space geese! You got to watch out for space geese.
Space goose is a very hard game, chat. Maybe someday we'll play.
So I was explaining how terrifying geese were while chat was talking about BG3 and trying to, come up with what kinds of games would be abbreviated BG3. Now, I got it backwards at first and thought everyone was just talking about Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, I was thinking Battleground.
But when I rethought about it after chat helped me understand, I realized that, like, there's actually Bridal Goose 3.
Bridal Goose? Is that like some Greek goddess game?
No, it would be like the Untitled Goose Game, but a sequel. Or
there needs to be a sequel.
Well, it would be the third one in the game.
Would it be a honkwell though? Instead, since they're since the sequel to Alvin and Chipmunks is a squeakquel, then for the goose it would be the honkwell.
But it's a trio, so it's not exactly like a sequel.
There's a trio?
Well, for it to be number 3 in the
triumvirate,
Bridal Goose 3, and so the idea is you have a goose. That's
me.
You are a terrible goose, and it's your wedding day.
I really am. How did you know? How do you know me so well, Zara? How do you know me so well? Wait, are you talking about a combination of the Goose Game with the classic NES, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Except it's just Bridezilla. It's just
Bridezilla and Mr. Goose?
It's your wedding day, and you are a horrible goose. And so you get to play like a goose on her wedding day, running around in a bridal gown, doing horrible, awful terrors.
I would be doing horrible, awful terrors if it was my wedding day. I'd be a bitch, chat. You wouldn't want to be around me on a wedding day. That's why I can never get married.
And so since that would be the premise of the game initially, that also means that there would be like bridesmaids, like goose maids, and that there would be a little gosling ring bearer. And I said a little Gosling ring bearer or a
itty-bitty Ryan Gosling? Like a cute little Ryan Gosling?
Broken.
Oh,
I mean like a regular-sized Ryan Gosling.
Is it Ken or is it
goosed? He's been broken by the goose and humbled by the goose, and he's just in eternal servitude as like the goose's manservant. So I was asking chat, like, if you had the choice, would you rather have to deal with a goose attacking you or a juvenile kangaroo like the baby that beat up Dream in that video?
Wait, how about like one giant goose or like 300 miniature kangaroos?
I mean, like, no, just one goose is bad enough.
Yeah, but what if it was giant goose?
Oh, see, exactly. The blood would stain the wedding dress, but not the goose's hydrophobic feathers.
That's true.
This is why the goose is terrifying, like a tiny Ryan Gosling.
I mean, especially on her wedding day, the goose is terrifying. That's true. That much is true.
So the Joey, I would pick the Joey over a goose because geese are terrifying to me. But then I was asking chat if they would try to rescue Ryan Gosling if it meant they had to defeat the Goosezilla bride. And everyone's been pretty clear. Can I be a silly goose? Yes, you may, Paul Squall.
Do you have to walk through the town? Do you have to walk through the town where like all the residents of the town and all the animals and the dog, everybody tries to kill you? And all you can do is you can swing your cane, but your cane only kills the bee?
Oh goodness.
Is it
By the
that
way,
kind of
Irene,
situation?
have you played Untitled Goose Game yet?
I have. I beat Untitled Goose Game
You played
on
it on stream,
stream,
didn't
and
you?
there are many, many memes about me and geeses and gooses and
It's
gosses.
true. So,
Many old
Irene, you
school
might be the
memes
one
that
person. You might be the one person who could defeat the goose and save
defeat
Ryan
the
Gosling.
goose. Oh my god.
You know, the Goosezilla, because
Because we're so similar.
the only thing that can stop a Goosezilla
It's a bridezilla?
is a better goose.
There are better and worse goose. Yeah, I have fought with other geese before, right? And won. I'm the Goose Highlander. There can only be one, chat. Of
Oh
the
my
of
God,
the
you're
Goose
so
sisters.
ferocious.
Yeah, I'm the
Of all
one
the
that
Goose
survived.
sisters, that's the quickening.
I believe it's pronounced the goosening.
The goosening?
The honkening. It's the honkening.
The honkening.
Yeah, no, like when I played the Untitled Goose Game, I mean, this is kind of a funny story, right? One of my old friends, right, I met while I was playing the Untitled Goose Game, and you know, I was the goose, and I kept on honking, and he came in, and at first he was like, "Wait a minute, honk? Isn't honk honk like a alt-right thing?"
It is.
Is this a right-wing channel? Have I stumbled into a right-wing channel? But then they stuck around for long enough to figure out that that was most certainly not the case. And lucky for them. You are a horrible goose. I'm a pretty good goose, I'd say.
I have something to say. It's better to geese out than to fade away.
That's true.
How old is the Goose Highlander? The things they've seen, the honks they've honked. It makes you think.
Yeah, I found out what the Highlands were, right? So Scotland, right? Most of Scotland is uninhabitable, right? And there's this like little thin band, but then there's the Highlands, which are like literally they're up high, and that's why they're called. That's why he's the Highlander. It's
Kinda
not
like
because of there can only be one, and that a Highlander is just what you call an immortal, right? It's that he particularly is the Highlander is from the Highlands, as opposed to Sean Connery, who is obviously from Spain. Silly. Silly you for not realizing that. That's, you know, definitely Spanish Sean Connery. The Highlands of Scotland. Yeah, I didn't know what that was about, what it was. I just thought it was like, yeah, because like literally as a little kid, I was like, oh yeah, high on the map. Like, right? London is the lowlands and Scotland is the Highlands, right? It's way north.
I guess he does have the high ground in that case. I enjoyed the TV show very much back in the day and rewatched it recently. Is Sean Connery still alive? I do not believe he is. I believe Sean Connery passed.
No idea.
And Christopher Lambert is from Belgium, which are lowlands, really. Haha, I knew it.
Wait, is Burt Reynolds dead too?
Yeah,
all of Alex Trebek's nemesis are dead. Is Alex Trebek alive though? Like, if you remember the classic Saturday Night Live sketch about Celebrity Jeopardy, right? The people that always got the better of Alex Trebek were Burt Reynolds and Sean Connery.
True. Unfortunately, Alex Trebek passed away from.
They're all doing celebrity death.
Like stage 4, like pancreatic, I believe.
They're all doing you know, the Celebrity Jeopardy in the sky. That's it.
I think
or down below. Or there's some of them are up above and some of them are down below, and they just meet on Zoom for celebrity. I don't know, Chad. I don't know how it works.
I feel like they're on the same island that all the other like old Hollywood celebrities go to.
That's a scary island, right?
It's a terrifying island.
I don't know if I want to go there.
Can you imagine the Lord of the Silver Screen Flies?
It's scary. It scares me. I'm properly scared of it. But not as scared as I am of the top of the hour ad break, which we are 5-6 minutes away from right now. So now's as good a time of any to let you know that you can get out of that ad break. You can no longer see those ads if you use a Twitch Prime to sub to me. thus giving you access to all of my emotes and making it so that you don't have to see ads anymore. You can also buy yourself a sub. It costs $5, or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub, but that kind of thing happens more often when you're active in the chat.
That was such a great.
That's the highest score that you've given me. 8 out of 10.
Really good. I think it was the geese powering.
The geese the geese are helpful. It's it's definitely a animal that I feel a strong connection with.
It's okay, AC. Like 2020 and on were very intense years for a lot of people, and there's a lot to keep up with that I don't think people really had to keep up with. So it's totally understandable. They goosed it.
I always assume that people that are actually dead are alive, and I always assume that people that are actually alive are dead. I always get them mixed up. Who's on what side?
Oh no, it's okay. It can be really confusing to keep track of like an entire cast of people that exist in entertainment. I love that sound so much.
I need to see about adding the Void Coffee emote to YouTube chat as well. And also, I still need animated emotes for Twitch. So if anybody on the Twitch side or on the YouTube side wants to make some sort of GIF for me to use as an animated emote, I would be most appreciative, because those things are cool as fuck, and YouTube should get them. You should. There's apparently like an extension that you can get and use on YouTube, but chat, you would have to get the extension too. It's not like just like a streamer gets the extension and now you can have emotes. It's like you have to. It's kind of like what is that called on Twitch? The thing that gives you Pepe's.
Well, it's not just Pepe's. It's called BTTV.
It's not just Pepe's. It feels like it's just Pepe's.
It's called Better Twitch TV.
It's called More Pepe's TV.
No, it's an extension, and it allows you to have extended emotes and stuff like that you can add for your channel only. Like that you can set so that your chatters can use things even when you don't have.
I suppose it's pretty cool. I suppose it's pretty cool.
The cool thing is that they have an experimental version of that for YouTube, and one of the best features about it, aside from being able to see lots of extensions, it automatically switches you to live chat when you open up a live stream instead of getting stuck with top chat.
That's pretty sick.
I got it just for that.
That's worth it right there.
How many
NCC thinks I'm dead? No, I'm just happy when chat's not dead. I like it. I shall go to YouTube and show you my beat. Wait, can you do BTTVs on YouTube? Is that a thing?
That's what I was just saying. They have YouTube features, and it will take you it'll automatically switch you to live chat instead of top chat.
Okay,
when you go to a YouTube stream, and it allows you to see and type.
I didn't realize that it operated on YouTube as well.
Right, it's a browser extension on YouTube, but because it's on Twitch, you can have it incorporated directly as an extension to your Twitch or your browser. There are some features that they could still bring out. Like, it would be nice to see pronouns the way Twitch has them set out for YouTube. But as of right now, it's a very cool way to get extra emotes and be able to see extra emotes on YouTube.
Wait, did you know that Pepe is actually a nickname, like short for Jose? Like, it's like if somebody's name is Jose and you're like good friends, you might call him Pepe. Like, just like if you're friends with a Richard, you're going to call him Dick, or somebody's name is James, you're going to call him Jim. Somebody's name is Robert and you call him Bob. It's that kind of thing.
These nicknames are strange to me, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh wait, there they are. That's what they would look like, or that's what they say, right? It's I'm not seeing them. I can only see them in my mind's eye. I need to get to that point in the Matrix, right, that Neo gets to, where he just like sees everything as code. Does that mean that he sees code as like executing programs?
I think so. I think he sees all the code of the Matrix. So, like, I can see everything that Paul Squall was posting, but I don't know if everyone can see what I posted because I posted a cat in a bag and a Doge, and then someone dancing in the aisles of a store doing breakdancing.
Okay, well now things make a lot more sense. Like when somebody posts an emoji and it doesn't show up for me, it's because it's got to be because it's BTTV. But what is the difference between BTTV before we get back to the next segment about the Civil War coming from a UK drama streamer that we all know and love? What is the
You cut out.
my brain cut out. What is the difference between Franker's face and uh the Pepe's? I mean BTTV.
Oh my gosh.
I just call them the Pepe's. I don't have the Pepe's.
So Franker Face is a like Twitch extension that you can use either in your browser or there, and it allows for compatibility with like BTTV and other like other emote places.
So it's more complicated even than BTTV?
Like 7. Well, there's one for let me pull it up real quick. So for Franker Face C, it supports better TTV emotes. It also supports like FFZ like mods and also pronouns, and it also supports like I think 7TV, which was like started for some awful racist reasons. I have that one disabled for me, those emotes at least. But yeah, 7TV, I don't use that, but there's also like there are other apps and extensions you can use and incorporate with Franker Face C, like the one that gives like new chatters or new like newly made accounts a different color background so that you can easily see how much attention you need to pay to them. Things like that, or like the ability to like display pronouns differently. And so like this is kind of like an all-encompassing app that supports better TTV and other mods, whereas BTTV is just the emote support and like feature support on like a smaller level. So it's like there's less to it. It's simpler and easier.
Nice. Well, speaking of something that's neither simple or easy, right? We gotta examine the reportage of a certain drama streamer on something that I just covered yesterday, right? We're talking about the Xander Hall Xanifesto, right? And one of the people that Xander Hall mentions is Shoe on Head. And you know the reason the whole thing started with Cuffles, I guess, is over Shoe on Head. So I wasn't the only one. This might be surprising to you, right? But I wasn't the only streamer who covered the Xanifesto or the Hassanifesto or any of these festos, right? Some other streamers cover this, right? Some other streamers you may watch, and some other streamers that you probably don't watch. I'm guessing that for most of you, this person falls into the latter category. Although no judgment if you're part of Chud Nation and you're like an NCC dossier holder, you know, that's totally legit.
Interesting. So definitely not simple and clean.
The opposite of, yeah, this is like Chudanort
This is
style.
This is like Shadow Universe Utada Hikaru.
Oh, I can't even imagine. I mean, I probably can. imagine if I try hard enough.
Oh, look, some of chat's going to make void coffee too.
What am I missing here?
Are you?
I thought I had this open already, but apparently I don't.
It might have. It might have just decided that it wanted to play the bridal goose game.
It might have just decided that it wanted me to quit.
Oh goodness! It looks like there's going to be something. Oh, I see the green.
The green of Chud Logic, the miasma that follows this guy around wherever he goes. The stank.
Oh no.
That's my theory, chat. I don't know this for sure.
Why does he always have the blackface thumbnail?
Oh fuck, that's his thumbnail. Yeah, this is Chud Logic, right? This is a legit drama streamer. I sometimes get called a drama streamer, but this guy's the true master. This is Master Xehanort of the drama, the dark arts of drama. Chud Noir himself. I keep on forgetting that he still has that there. He did so the story behind that is that he did a VTuber for a while before he was showing his face, and somebody said that he had some shitty opinion. Somebody told him that is not for you to say as a white person, right? And so he's like, oh, it's not for me to say as a white person. Well, check this out now. And he basically comes back with a black VTuber, and that was,
I think it was
that killed.
Wasn't it the Chris Rock slap?
Was it? It could have been. It was around that time.
Will Smith slap.
I didn't watch this, like, right? I don't keep super close track of this guy, but sometimes he covers the same stories that I do, obviously very differently, and so he ends up in my feed nonetheless. And this was kind of a fortuitous time because, right, not only is he talking about Xander Hall here, but he ends up going into a Cult of Dusty video, and I will show you now how that all happened.
Question:
What?
Should we change the title?
Yeah, should. Oh my god. What's the easiest way to change the title though? The thing about changing the title is there's two places that I need to change it.
I mean, I think I can change it on
Twitch.
But what did you want it to be?
I don't know. Actually, I think we can stick with the same title this time.
Sure.
But thanks for the offer. Yeah, like it's a good idea. It's a good practice to be in, especially if I'm covering like very different stuff. Unfortunately, this is more the same. This is more bullshit about the Civil War. More racist bullshit, to be specific, that we're gonna get from a place of massive ignorance, right? You know, if you don't know anything about, like, just like I don't know anything about the UK Civil War, you know, Chud Logic does not, I think, know anything about the US Civil War, but that does not stop him from calling bullshit on Dusty debunking Praeger U, and you're gonna get to see it all here.
You know.
All right. Well, I will let you get going
Removing
to the
people
content.
from shit.
I know that you
man, it's
have
so
a
stupid.
waiting room guest.
Cult of Dusty
Yeah.
still makes content, I believe.
No.
So thank you, Zara, for. I wouldn't have gotten to eat or gotten more caffeine, which apparently I need because I am fucking dying out here in more ways than one. But let's
I gotten to say hi to all these chatters.
yeah, I'm glad and to start the fertile discussion of geese and kangaroos and
Definitely.
goslings.
Gay geese brides. More gay geese brides.
More gay geese brides to come.
Excellent.
Meow. exciting stream. And I always feel bad about having dead air, but...
And then...
Natalie is streaking again. Yeah, so this is... Okay, so if you remember correctly, Xander Hall yesterday, he brings up Dusty. It's in the context of Dusty had a debate with Xander Hall, basically saying, hey, you know, she was not a leftist. Like, she was not on our side. And Xander Hall, you know, disagreed. You know, that was the topic of that debate early on in Xander Hall's career. So Chud, you know, hears Xander Hall say this, and he starts to think, I wonder if Dusty's still streaming. I wonder if this guy's still kicking about. Is he still knocking about? Is Dusty still knocking about somewhere? Yeah, that's right, Natalie. A 3 stream streak. That is a streak. That is a streak to be proud of.
Jeez, wow, look at this. Blast from the past.
Let's finish it out with a few cartoons that they are now showing to the children in both Oklahoma and Florida, directly from Christian nationalist organization PragerU. First off, here's Abraham Lincoln explaining to these 2 kids from the future why we shouldn't be too mean to the slave owners from the South who tried to murder their fellow Americans to make sure it was still legal to enslave their fellow human beings.
So this is PragerU. PragerU, you're probably familiar with their, I don't know, propaganda videos? Like, you know, it's right-wing propaganda outlet. That's pretty much what it's there for. I don't think they even care if it makes... It's actually called? What is the PragerU thing called? It's a Maya and Miguel ripoff, I think is what it is. Wait. Am I confused? Oh, there was the thing. I had this open already. I just thought it was something else. Yeah, it's a Maya and Miguel ripoff. That for some reason, what is the PragerU thing? PragerU Kids, what is it called? PragerU Kids offers educational, fun, and patriotic content for every grade. Leo and Layla, yo, it could not be more of a ripoff. It could not be more of a ripoff. Like, that's exactly, this is what these conservative outlets do. They just take something that's already popular and do some dollar store version of it. But yeah, this is the one that we're going to be watching here. This is... Whoops. What's going on there?
All right, Maria. Sounds like a plan. Uh-oh, I gotta go. Leo looks like his whole world's come crashing down on him. Call you later. Bye. What's going on, Leo?
The worst thing that could have possibly happened has happened.
What? You're scaring me.
My chess club got caught cheating at this weekend's tournament.
Phew, okay. Now that I know it's not anything serious.
Not anything serious.
Not anything serious? You don't even know what they were using, the devices that they were using to cheat at chess were obscene.
This could be the end of the chess club as we know it.
All right, take a deep breath and take me through what happened from the beginning.
Okay. Remember I was telling you about the tournament this weekend and how some members were determined to take home the gold this year, no matter what?
Uh-huh.
Well, the no matter what they were talking about was cheating. They kept talking about their plans, and my friends and I wanted no part of it, so we chose not to go to the tournament. Winning because you cheated is not right.
I 100% agree.
We found out today that they got in big trouble and have been suspended from competing for the rest of the season. And to top it all off, now these cheaters want to come back and rejoin the rest of us. Even if they are sorry, they must be out of their minds. Am I just supposed to pretend like nothing happened? They were willing to put our entire team on the line.
You have every reason to be upset, but I'm sure that together you're a stronger team, right?
I guess. They are some of our best.
So do you see what the premise is going to be for this? They're, Leo and Layla are, I mean, like Leo's got this quandary about his chess team, right? that like part of the chess team that he's on cheated at chess. And, you know, it's like, do we want them back? Do we not want them back? What are we going to do? Right. It's a kind of strange moral of a story because, you know, usually with something like Praeger, you'd expect them to just hammer home the cheating bad. Cheating bad, right? And instead, it's not really, I don't think it's even meant to be a lesson about cheating, right? That the way that they're treating this is like superfluous, right? To the message that they are trying to drive home, which is that great Americans are like essentially is like, you know, forgive the South, right? Is that they're, you know, they're it's an anti-Reconstruction message. It's an anti like awareness of racism message, right? That's really what they're trying to drive home here. So just so we get a little idea of what Chud Logic is watching, because they drop you in the middle of this context. You know, he comes into Dusty's American schools begin showing cartoons to children. You know, okay, so that's a Dusty video. I don't even know. It almost looks like he's watching Dusty's VOD. I can't tell.
Again, your Confederacy. Go to your room and think about what you done.
We need to look at what our ultimate goal is. I want the United States to go back to being one unified nation. Me yelling and scolding the South for the harm they caused might be what I want to do, but it's not going to get me or the nation.
No, there is a truth to that in terms of like Abraham Lincoln as a historical figure, right? His policies were, you know, extremely lenient to the South, and to the point of just ignoring, you know, the war that had just gone on, or ignoring the need to, you know, if what Lincoln had done in terms of emancipation was to, you know, mean anything, the kind of, you know, Reconstruction policies that would be needed in the South, right? They don't seem like something that Lincoln is interested in. You know, I mean, for whatever it's worth, he didn't get a chance to implement those those non-policies because, you know, he's shot by John Wilkes Booth, and all of his, you know, compromise and all of his magnanimity. How do you pronounce this word? Magnanimity. That doesn't sound right. Magnanimity. It you know, didn't keep John Wilkes Booth from shooting him. Shakespeare says comparing the Confederacy to team members cheating is denial. Literally genocide denial, and I say this as a chess player. The South was cheating by having large unpaid workforce that did all the heavy lifting, whereas the North had to pay people to work. Yeah, this is pretty disgusting what PragerU's doing. And, you know, look, I mean, is all of my content like super inspired and on the ball? Not really, you know. Chud should know this better than anybody. He does like 9-hour streams. Yeah, 9 hours and 30 minutes here, right? He should understand this more than anybody, right? But watch where he goes with this.
That's right. Don't you put down people who enslaved other human beings, raped them, murdered them.
Okay, I don't fucking know what the deal with this is. I don't know enough about American history. And
that's true. That's true. So that's a great reason not to opine here, Chud. If you want to just, you know, you don't have to. You weren't even looking at Dusty. You literally wanted to know if Dusty still streamed. You went and you clicked on a recent stream, I guess, or a recent video or something, and you found out that, yeah, Dusty Smith's still an active content creator, despite the fact that you haven't seen any of his content in a long time. And that's really Chud's interest here. But do you think that's going to stop an arrogant bastard like this from, you know, like feeling compelled? It's a take economy we live in. I might as well give a take. My take's going to be as good as anyone else's, I suppose.
Obviously got a right-wing bias, naturally, I'm sure. But is it not true that, like, Lincoln, after the Civil War, wanted to try and bring them back into the fold in a way that wasn't aggressive? I don't know. Is that a thing? Like, obviously there's a big fucking war about it, but then afterwards they tried to reconcile, didn't they? Am I crazy?
Wow.
That's what Reconstruction. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of American history really, but yeah, I presume that it wasn't like, oh, we're going to let you back in, but every day we're going to give you a lecture about how bad slavery is. It's like, okay, let's reconcile.
That's what he's worried about.
Go forward as a nation, right?
That's what he's worried about. Are you going to wag your finger in the face of the poor Southerners that have already lost a war, already lost their culture, already lost everything they had to live for, particularly the free labor of others without their consent, right? That's who we should feel sorry for after the Civil War. Just be like, okay, that's cool. Glad that this is over. Glad that we talked. Let's get back to being a country. Like nothing ever happened again, right? And the sad thing is, ultimately, this was the decision of the United States. This was the opinion of Abraham Lincoln. Now, there's more that went on in between that. Like I'm telling you, like, you know, his Vice President Johnson takes over, very much resists any Reconstruction policies of the Radical Republicans. The Radical Republicans roll him a couple of times, right? And you know, they've got such a hold on Congress that they're able to do that. And then he is almost, you know, removed from office. He's, I think, impeached twice, right? Not a very popular president, does not win re-election. The next election goes to Ulysses S. Grant, a literal veteran of the, you know, a literal, you know, general of the Union Army. And Reconstruction process begins in earnest, but doesn't continue. Eventually is given up on. And the result of this is that the South got what they wanted, which was to maintain the racist social order. To, you know, even when they couldn't ban black people from voting, they found ways to make it impossible for most black people to vote. So, I mean, like, this is you know, this is a sad chapter in United States history. As much as you could say that there's some, you know, there's a, you know, the way that the Civil War ended was, you know, was happy, right? You know, the war was won, but the peace was lost. Right, the objective, you know, to the extent where there's like a noble objective here, was lost in the inability for the North to actually pursue a real policy of Reconstruction and make that stick. Instead, they gave up, and in no small way, because there's more sympathy from, you know, racist white people in the North for the Southerners and their lost cause than there is for the victims of the Confederacy. And that's what Ched's missing.
It was called Reconstruction. Okay. So what's wrong? So what's wrong with this video then? I don't understand. I mean, it doesn't help that he's pausing it to add his fucking homosexual commentary 5 seconds. But like, what is going on in this?
Them, sold them, broke their families up. Why would you want to make fun of them or shit on them or yell at them about that? No, I want to do it, but that is not what's best. We might make them feel bad about themselves, folks. I would hate for anybody to feel bad about themselves over slavery. So what you gotta do? Let's just all hold hands and sing Kumbaya and pretend like it's no fucking big deal.
Not going to get me or the nation anywhere.
Yeah, that'll probably end up pushing them further away. And that's the last thing the country needs.
That's right. We would hate to insult the fucking slave owners, the worst human beings among us. We would hate to make them social fucking pariahs so they pay a social penalty for what they goddamn did, so that any motherfucker that came after them will know there's a penalty to goddamn pay, so they will follow their footsteps and do the same behavior. That would be terrible if we did that.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, man. Like,
look, if you don't know, don't say.
So the criticism is that PragerU are painting this as a good thing, and they're also painting it as
and this is the thing, right? Like, Chud just literally cannot resist the racism. It calls him like a moth to the flame. Like, he cannot resist. He doesn't know about this history. You know, he is not talking about this particular matter. He's not even a politics streamer anymore. He's a drama streamer, but something calls him nonetheless, and he is bound to follow.
Parable for like modern day. Don't push people away that are bad.
Yeah, the parable. So that's the parable with the chess, you know, team. My chess team, half of the chess team are a bunch of dirty, rotten cheaters, and I don't know if I want to be on the team with them again. They go back in history. They meet Abraham Lincoln, and is like, you know, there's a lot of people in my country that don't know if we want to be partners with the South anymore, but I think it's important to be gracious in your victory and blah, 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 blah. And he gets fucking offed by John Wilkes Booth, right? And from that, they learn that, yeah, like, I guess you should be chill with the cheaters on the chess team again, even though that's in no way comparable. That's in no way comparable. It's such a strained you know, comparison to begin with.
Is that it?
I am so confused by the YouTube messages. I don't know if those were actual like membership things that just happened. They look like it, but I don't see like I don't know. I think there's a bug in YouTube. Anyway.
I don't fucking know, man, dude.
Didn't Lincoln fight vampires? I'm pretty sure he did in some movie. I can't compete in chess because, oh yeah, that's right. The chess company is the chess organization is transphobic.
Honestly, it is totally. This video is incoherent. Is it? Is this really whitewashing slavery? Really? I don't know, man. It just seems like he wants something to soy out about, and that's the target of the day. Oh, Praeger, you've released a kids' cartoon. Let's shit on that in a completely incoherent way that doesn't even make sense.
And credit where credit is due, he decisively whooped me in that debate. He did. You can watch it yourself if you want to see, but for a summary, he brought a lot more receipts on Shu than I was expecting. The aftermath really started to make me question whether I was making the right choice by defending her. At the end of the day, she'd also defended me before and had been so nice to me in private it felt wrong to stop associating with her over things that were mostly in her past. So regrettably, I continued to defend my public association with Shu. Things would start to change as a new trend in her behavior became apparent. My long-term LGBT viewers should be well aware of the yearly Kink at Pride discourse.
Honestly, you were spot on at the debate. Thank you, Legate Lanius. I agree with you. Leftoids truly only give a shit about being perceived as a good guy. No substance, just virtue. Yeah, and it's like that criticism is rooted in this idea. It's, you know, I'm sure there are historically relevant criticisms you can make, and maybe there were elements where they were too soft on the Confederates and whatever, right? Sure, I don't know enough about it to say one way or another. But it's like, it's not enough to just do a sober analysis of it or talk about it. It's, oh, you're not
Chud,
like morally outraged enough about it.
It's enough to do a sober analysis about it. No, it's not. That's a shitty cartoon from a shitty propaganda outlet, and doing a sober analysis of it would be boring, and it would also be maddening, right? Because there's nothing reasonable about the comparison of freaking slavery and a war, an attack on one's own nation in order to maintain that order of slavery that ends in a bloody war. There's nothing. It's ghoulish, and it's unbelievable, and like a sober, detached response to that would be would be even sillier in the face of all that.
About it. We should treat the people who just tried to secede like shit when they're trying to fix this country. Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing about Chud. His audience is mostly American. They're mostly younger than him. And, you know, he does this weird thing where, you know, he's a British man of, you know, a certain age and, you know, a father and everything like that, right? And in order to relate to his audience better, he makes copious use of the R slur, right? to show you that he's cool. That is the way that Chud like turns around his baseball cap and sits backwards on the chair and says, listen here, I'm going to break it down to you. You shouldn't wag your finger in the face of the part of the country that just revolted it against you, and in order to be able to continue to own human beings, to use them in one of the most destructive enterprises going, right? You should not wag your finger at them. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Chud, you're the one who's wagging his finger.
Better players.
Oh, you say okay. So there's obviously propaganda in the right-wing element to it. I know that, right? I know that they're probably pushing their idea. The video is clearly about the Reconstruction, and the people criticizing that Praeger U video are far stupider than Abraham fucking Lincoln. Yes, sure. That's that exactly. It's funny you say that, Stylo, because I was thinking the same thing, right? It's like, look, you can have a historical disagreement with something. Is there not? I've not watched the video, so I don't know.
Yo.
But anyway,
I'm not going to tell you who this is, right? Because I'm not trying to bring heat on any chatters, but there's somebody in there saying the issue is that progressives equate Confederacy support with full-on racism. That's what we're dealing with in this chat, right? That's what we're dealing with.
putting that to one side, it's like, yeah, like this idea that, oh, I'm gonna dunk on Abraham Lincoln. You shouldn't treat the South poorly when you're trying to reunite a country. Well, that's the logic that I thought was being explained. That's what I understood it to mean.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was shot by the South. What are you talking about? Look, I mean, like, I guess, you know, you don't need to dunk on him, but at least see the futility of both sidesing slavery. Of trying to you know, pretend like nothing ever happened in this situation, because you've got a racist order, you know, in the South that's just waiting to reassert itself. That's what Johnson tried to reinstitute with his all-white governments. That's what you know, the South was mad that, you know, there would be black elected officials. That they saw this as like a huge, you know, as an affront to their values. And in the end, the North did not have the stomach to actually, you know, to actually overturn the inequality that was going on in the South. This is why something like racism, you know, it is so persistent, because of the lack of courage to actually oppose it, right? It's the default. And it takes a lot of energy to you know, overturn that.
But I'm sure there's historical criticisms of it. It's like, you know, it literally worked. What are the criticisms then?
Yeah, Chud used to call himself a Marxist.
Getting a history lesson.
A trade unionist, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm getting a history lesson now. Reintegrating the former Confederate states. During this period, 3 amendments were added to grant equal civil rights to the newly freed slaves. What alternative should there be? Well, according to Cult of Dusty, the alternative should be that they should have wagged their finger a lot harder at them as they did it. Right?
No, they did wag their finger, right? There was a lot of anger against the South, like at first, right? The people who had just experienced the Civil War, you know, there wasn't a problem with, you know, with people understanding, you know, how fucked up the South was, right? There was a problem with doing anything meaningfully about it, right? Which for them, you know, meant, you know, stationing troops there, and they did for a while, but there were compromises, and you know, it got overturned, right? That's the story of Reconstruction, is a story of an attempt to in some way, do right by the victims of the Confederacy that never actually got actualized.
That's what I was getting from the video. Oh my god, can you believe it? Lincoln is saying this, yeah. These guys that wanted to just fucking eliminate people and wipe people out, we should have been harsher to them.
That's literally true. That's literally true, right? The terms of Reconstruction were considered too harsh by the South. They were attempted for years. There were there were incidents of, for instance, like, Black people getting elected office, and then the North stopped trying. The North gave up. The North made a, deal. Just like that, it's always a compromise. It was a compromise before the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln wanted to compromise to avoid the Civil War. And then there's more compromising after the Civil War. And who is paying the price for this compromise? Who literally is the compromise? It's the victims of slavery. It's the victims of the Confederacy. That's what you're arguing, right? This is actually the thing that you're suggesting of, like, letting this go is actually the way that things worked out.
Dusty is a fucking idiot, but a big part of the problem with that video was that the timing of the release seemed to imply that we shouldn't shit on January 6th as a magatards after all their Trump bullshit. I mean, yeah. Obviously, if people have done something wrong, they should be punished for it. If they've broken the law, they should be punished. But obviously, I don't think that just being needlessly cruel to people is going to help the situation any further, is it? Like, yeah, if someone's broken the law, try them, we'll give them the fair civil rights, fucking, right to free trial, all that shit. But beyond that, yeah. Obviously, shitting on them probably isn't going to help. And obviously, if you're just random people, if you're like random people...
You don't seem to understand that what Chud is saying is literally that, like, okay, so you got a civil war, you've won the Civil War, and now just go back to normal. Just go back to business. Let the South handle how Black people are going to be treated in the South, right? Which means, even though, they've got the right to vote, that they're not going to be able to vote. And that's what happened. That's what eventually happened. There was a short attempt to, do otherwise. And, the cowards that they were, it wasn't seen through in any meaningful way.
From fucking the internet, who cares?
Also, thank you, Jules, for the resubscribe.
You're going to be shitty to people. But,
that's right, yeah. Shitty to people.
I think that the senior leadership of the country.
Shitty to people by, like, right, he's, like, do you see who Chud is considering people and who he's not considering people? Right? I feel like ignoring, the dynamics of the South is being shitty to some other people, but they don't seem to be people that are on your mind in any sort of way, Chud.
You should probably take that into consideration. Historically, that was a good move.
Did you see him tie that into January 6th? Right? Okay, you tried to overthrow the government. The people just voted, and they voted Trump out, and you wanted to keep him in. And you were willing to hurt people to do that, right? And you failed, right? So let's just forget it ever happened. Let's just no prison time, no punishment, no nothing. Just go on and don't be an insurrectionist again. Go forth and don't insurrect again.
This time we should be vicious. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, Sisyphean.
Of course, that she would not necessarily create or start, but often bolster with her platform. Regardless of your position on this issue, it's undeniable that every time she would, say, tweet something like this, I'll show it to you in a second, that on its own isn't really too disagreeable, reading her comments quickly tells you that regardless of her motivations, her community and right-wing pundits take this stuff very differently than she does. And I included a good tweet here that points out how that drama with the whole it's not gonna lick itself thing, the drag thing, the crazy part about the kids...
Well, the thing is, you need to differentiate between retards on the internet being mean to Trump-tards. Fine. Yeah, rightoids are really fucking annoying sometimes. They say and do stupid shit. And calling that out is obviously fine. Right?
And what? And holding people accountable for their actions when those actions were designed to confound the little bit of democracy that does exist, the choice between a shit sandwich and a giant douche, right? To be able to just reverse that, because we are willing to be violent. We are willing to be violent to enforce the unpopular view. That's a great country that you want to live in, isn't it?
But I'm talking about senior politicians in the American government should probably be wary. I mean, what was the deplorables comment that Hillary Clinton made? Do you remember that? That fucking firestorm that caused? Yeah. Senior politicians should be aware that they are representative of all of the people, even the people that disagree with them, even the people
like, see how this ties into Nikki Haley?
Taken bad action against or done something wrong or broken the law, and should take that into consideration.
Like, there's Chud's like enlightened centrism for you.
They don't bend though. Okay, so what? You know, is a senior politicians coming out
and see, he's even getting some pushback from his chat, which is, I mean, it's not, you know, they're people, they don't really care about politics. These are, you know, drama people, but you know, they're fairly center right oriented, I guess.
Shitting on them gonna help? Do you think? Like, you're fucking retarded.
Show was that was a nothing burger. Is that the loser that infiltrated it got less than 2K likes, and Shuan Head got 59,000 and made it go viral.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. Wow, sue me. I think politicians should be diplomatic. Wow, what a fucking shocking concept.
Be nice to racists. Chud logic.
So viral it ended up on Tucker Carlson. You'll see in a moment. All of this came to a fever pitch in June, Pride Month of 2022, when Shu skyrocketed this photo into the conservative media sphere. So you can see Tucker Carlson covered it. Pretty big time. Tim Pool did, and many others, but these are just the examples I was easily able to grab just from searching on Google Images, dude. That's literally where I got a lot of these sources, because some tweets have been deleted, some stuff's been buried, but, like, this stuff's not, like, hard to find, and there's a lot more than I'm even putting here. I won't pretend like Shu started doing this. I won't pretend like Shu started doing this. There were no conservatives, oh my god, I keep fumbling it. Listen, editors, we can fix it. I won't pretend like before Shu started doing this, there were no conservatives pedo-jacketing trans and gay people. But
Biden's always talked about being everybody's president, not about hating the Trump tards. He's super based. I mean, yeah, if that's true, I mean, I think he said some comments maybe here and there, but if his perception, I mean, if that's true.
No, Chad, please resolve this. Do you think that Trump does the same thing? Like, do you think that, like, is this a problem for the left wing being dismissive and confrontational to, you know, one's detractors? It's so weird how he must think this works, right? In terms of, like, Hillary Clinton lost because she attacked the other side in a way that, like, allowed them to rally against her, right? Instead of rallying her, you know, her side for her. Essentially, you know, this deplorables thing that she. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a good call, Catalina Gearbox. That is a good call. States' rights to do what? We'll watch that after this.
Trying to be a bit more all-encompassing, despite the fact that the rightoids hate him. I mean, yeah, that is proof that, yeah, I mean, well, it just shows that this is something that's considered at the top echelons of the American political class.
Hey, Katie.
George Floyd would have been at January 6th. True.
What the fuck? What did they just say? What? What did I hear?
But yeah, I don't know enough about all of Biden's statements.
Yeah, that's right, Chud. That's right. You're on it. You don't know enough, right? You don't know what you're talking about, and yet you keep talking. You literally made a segment for me where there was none. Thank you.
He's criticized extreme MAGA Republicans, not all Republicans. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look. I mean, he said ultra MAGA, right? And they rally behind that more than, like, chat. Like, do any of you think about, like, yeah, those ultra MAGA people, right? That didn't rally anyone on the left, right? You're just talking about politics, and you're not really talking about, like, you know, is it right to be confrontational? Is it right to, you know, be, you know, like, it's a center versus, you know, I don't know.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think that why are people acting like it's just be nice? I'm not saying be nice. I'm saying politicians need to be aware of their words have an impact and to be cautious about speaking about these issues so as not to further embolden.
No, left-wing politicians need to be cautious of the fact that they're going to be held to a different standard, even if they're weak little centrist, like, you know, bitches like Biden, right? They're going to be held to, you know, a higher standard than on the other side.
And push people away. Like, that's not that crazy a take, I don't think. But, you know, you can fucking go and call a MAGA person a retard on the internet. Don't worry. I fully support that. Sometimes I'll probably do it too. I'm talking about political people doing it. And Cult of Dusty seemed to be bothered about this.
It's weird, though, because he's talking about stuff that wasn't in Dusty's... It wasn't in the part of Dusty's video that he watched. So, like, it makes me wonder, like, what is he talking about? Joe Biden is older than the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Representation of Abraham Lincoln taking this approach.
The drag queens around.
Am I feeling spicy? I feel kind of mild, unfortunately. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat.
Absolutely.
I'm running out of energy.
Streamed in large.
I'm running out of motivation. I might have to cut stream early.
By her. In fact, she even accepted this back when it happened. This is her apology, which I think has since been deleted. After that went to Tucker Carlson and like blew up, and a ton of anti-gay and anti-trans hate was caused by her. She wrote this apology thread that I honestly, yeah, she deleted it. Yeah, her deleting this was also, I forgot to include it in the script, but her deleting this apology thread for that and the Balenciaga thing were sort of like the Balenciaga thing was the piece of hay that fell on top of this piece of hay. In fact, she even accepted this back when it happened. This is her apology, which I think has since been deleted. After
So if you're looking at this, like, let me put this in another way, right? Let me apply the prisoner's dilemma to this, right? If you're looking at it in the terms of, you know, because that's what they're talking about in chat, like, yeah, 100% agree with Abe Lincoln's approach, right? Abe Lincoln, who was shot to death by a Southern sympathizer in Ford's Theater, right? 100% agree with, right? So if what you're measuring is like, you know, does the opposing side have goodwill and are they in good faith, right? And the fact that they just fought a bloody civil war to maintain the right for a person to own another person is a pretty big red flag that maybe they're not. But if that's not enough, then look at what Abraham Lincoln got for being a mushy centrist, right? He got called an autocrat. He got called a dictator. He got called a tyrant. And ultimately, he was called a tyrant in Latin while he was shot to death. And for you to kind of be like, oh yeah, no, this guy had the right idea about it, it is actually causing you to be the object of ridicule. A dark ridicule, right? A sad ridicule. A ridicule that understands that what followed after the failure of Reconstruction was Jim Crow and segregation policies, was you know, a lack of a meaningful right to vote, so much that, you know, they had to pass a Voting Rights Act later on to even try to ensure it, and we still don't have that, right? We still have like a racial bias in terms of who gets to vote. We still have Republican governors conniving of ways to keep black voters off the rolls. This is a problem that we're still dealing with. And Chud's answer is that I think Lincoln had the right approach. No, Chud. Lincoln didn't have the right approach. The radical Republicans didn't have the right approach. The right answer was to go harder, okay? And as much as you got this reflexive sympathy for the slave owners, where is that sympathy when it comes to the victims of the Confederacy? Where's that fire? Where's that where's that sympathy, you know?
I know I'm not responsible with my platform. I've never been. That's how I became successful. It was an accident. I just vent and post opinions I have in the moment. I used to tweet like a person who has 100 followers. This is a problem and I'm sorry. I always say never apologize unless you mean it. That's why I haven't apologized for 99% of the stupid and base shit I've said over the years. And that's true. I'll never apologize unless I mean it, but I mean it.
Okay, so he's back to the Xan part. This is the
It's embarrassing to have mental break.
I'm trying to think if there's anything more to go over as far as Xander Hall and the White Leaf Network. I don't think we got anything new that's really groundbreaking. And like I said, chat, my my motivation and my energy is flagging, so I'm gonna have to call it a day today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. You can support me through you know, subs on Twitch, through donations on Twitch or YouTube, through Patreon, and even if you aren't able to support me in any of those ways, you can do so by just hitting that like button. It means a lot to me to have that, and it actually helps me a lot in terms of the algorithm. But yeah, I can't do this any longer. It's been 4 hours here. So oh wait, no, yeah, that's a good thing. Let's watch that. I'm like out of it. No, I'm so out of it.
Very few things in history are black and white. A lot of it is gray, and that includes the Civil War. It was actually fighting for states' rights.
States' rights to do what?
Excuse me, sir?
States' rights to do what? What did you want to use those rights for? You usually don't mention that part. I want to hear it. I wonder what you want to do with them.
Well, the Confederacy didn't want to be oppressed by the North.
Really? What were they preventing you from doing? What did they not want you to do?
Listen, my friend, there was more to it than slavery for why we made the Confederacy.
That is really, really interesting, because the guy who made the Confederacy, the vice president, said that was because they wanted to have...
Our new government is founded exactly upon the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid in the cornerstone rest upon the great truth that the N-word with the O ending is not equal to the white man, that slavery subordination to the superior is that slavery subordination to the superior race is, oh my god, yeah, I gotta say, while reading this, I do not agree with this, and I disavow it, in fact, right, because that's YouTube's hate speech policy right there, that requires me to, although most of you probably already know that this is something I disagree with, I gotta explicitly state it here. So this is the Vice President of the Confederate States of America.
Slavery, and all the state constitutions said they wanted to have slavery, and they seceded the moment that the president got elected that was going to abolish slavery. Boy, the Confederacy sure looks...
And you know, even somebody that, like, although he had, like, abolitionist views, like, he showed no intention to actually, you know, force an end to... Anyway, like I said, Lincoln was a mushy centrist when it came to slavery. Right, the, you know, actions he took because his hand was forced in a lot of ways, right? Lincoln didn't have the right approach. Not even the radical Republicans had the right approach. They do whatever you can say about Reconstruction and the post-war era. You got to say that they didn't go hard enough. You got to say that not only is Chud Logic wrong about this, right? He's 180 degrees from the truth.
Slavery adjacent?
And also he doesn't know what he's talking about. Admittedly does not know what he's talking about.
Please, no, anyway, states' rights do what?
But look at this kind of arrogance.
You're ignoring.
Like, he just thinks his take is golden. You know, I don't really have to know anything about American politics. That would be like me opining about the British Civil War.
Our other concern.
Yeah, but among the concerns was slavery, so I don't care because you deserve it because you're evil. And slavery is evil. You should know this. By the way,
it's a very easy viewpoint to espouse. It should not be a hard thing to say.
Answer my question, you fucking traitor.
And it's only if you got dudes like this in your constituency that you're going to hem and haw like Nikki Haley did.
States' rights to do what?
Well, it's our heritage.
It lasted 5 years. The Annoying Orange has existed longer than the Confederacy did. The fucking Annoying Orange, dude. You're gonna celebrate a nation so fucking weak the Annoying Orange outlived it?
Well, states' rights.
It's a classic. That was actually the, Catalina, that was actually the animation I was looking for earlier, so I'm glad you found that. Libertarian Party of New Hampshire just tweeted that Lincoln was worse than bin Laden. What? That's worse than Robbie's take. That's surprising. It's one of your favorites. It's a good one. It's a good one. This is Dubus Goobus. And yeah, putting it succinctly, right? There's also a Goose comic of this, right, where the goose is the one that's chasing the Confederate sympathizer around, asking, states' rights to do what? Yeah, the South is a scary place for sure, for sure. And unfortunately, those, as Sarah was pointing out earlier in chat, like those sentiments, that lost cause mentality is not really limited to the South, right? It's because of the way that racism, functions, right? It's easier, it was easier for Northerners post-war to, after they'd kind of gotten over the conflict, to have sympathy with the South and see a romantic, nostalgic, tragic side to the Confederacy and its viewpoints than it was for them to give a fuck about black people in the South and even in the North, right? That it's unfortunately, racism is not confined to geographical boundaries, although it does manifest maybe in different ways in different parts of the country. The annoying orange got old fast, but it lived way longer than the Confederacy. Yeah, not limited at all. Literally anyone with a right-wing bone in their body. Oh, I mean, we saw that in Chud's chat. We saw that in Chud's chat. We saw that in, like, just look at how he operates, right? What is his reflex? He doesn't know anything about American history, but his reflex is to say, yeah, after the Civil War, they should let the South back in and just, be chill. Be glad that they won the war, and nothing needs to be changed in the South. Don't make them feel bad, certainly, about themselves. It's such a ridiculous thing. He's worried about people like lecturing the South. He's worried about the people judging the South, judging Southerners, judging the corrupt hierarchy down there, right? When it's not just, I mean, like, that's judging it is only the first step, right? If you really want to change the dynamic there, it would take a concerted effort and a continued fight, and it just didn't happen that way. I'm tempted to want to watch. I know there's like a really short, just to kind of put a pin in this, I'm tempted to so there's like a crash course on this that's pretty short and concise. Oh my god, no, there's a Praeger U. Is this just gonna make me freak out? See, the thing about these crash courses is, although they're concise and pretty good generally, they're also likely to copyright claim me. There's a cynical historian. Slightly less concise. And there's Praeger U. Let's see how much I get. Chat, place your bets right now. Oh, also, place your bets. Place your bets, okay? What is, how long am I going to be able to last with the Praeger U video? Am I going to be able to last, in fact, through the ad break, which is coming at you in 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is your last chance to support me through subbing on Twitch and to get out of the ad breaks for the next month, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime if you so have one, or you can do for $5 if you don't have one. You could also possibly be gifted one, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. What do you think? How long? Place your bets, chat. How long do I last? Right? This is a it's a Praeger U video here. The good, the bad, and the ugly of Reconstruction. The good, the bad, and the ugly? Oh no, we're really.
Won the second. To truly understand the American Civil War ended in 1865.
Did I get the right color?
Immediately began. The North won the First War. The South won the Second. To truly understand American history, one needs to understand.
What? Oh my god. $50 on black. 1 minute and 5 seconds. 5 minutes. Yeah, wait, they're not making... Yeah, I missed it too, Shakespeare. I'm glad it's not just me. I'm so confused. Oh yeah, that's what I was complaining about, chat. It's like, I thought I had a proper color in my background. I thought I had successfully emulated Praeger blue, right? You can see that the actual Praeger blue is slightly darker than my background. So once again, I have failed. I feel like such a failure today, chat.
How this
on so many levels.
Why? The years immediately following the end of the Civil War, 1865 to 1877, are known in American history as Reconstruction. What should have been a glorious chapter in America's story, the full integration of 3.9 million freed slaves, instead became a shameful one. It began
There's the
with the
outbreak.
assassination of Republican President Abraham Lincoln. 1 week after the Civil War effectively ended, the one man with the political savvy and shrewdness to have...
Yo, here it is again. Here, they love Lincoln. They wanted Lincoln's policies, right? Lincoln, who is playing the prisoner's dilemma and is choosing the option of like assuming that the other prisoner is going to be, you know, a willing, you know, a partner to deal with, right? That was obviously the wrong calculation, as obvious as the gun to his head. Right? That sort of hope for, you know, things to get better without any further effort was beyond naive.
Breakdowns in public. Okay, I don't really care about any of this.
That went to Tucker.
Oh my god, we got Chud Logic again. I pressed the wrong button apparently. I will try to get to as many videos as possible. We're kind of limited in terms of the topic for the stream today.
guided Reconstruction was gone. His successor was Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Tennessee Democrat. Johnson was the rare Southern politician who stayed loyal to the Union during the Civil War. Lincoln added him to his re-election ticket in 1864 as a gesture of wartime bipartisanship.
And because of that, not only were goofy-ass, like, ineffectual centrist policies like Lincoln supplied, right? But after he's shot, now the person occupying the executive branch is actually Johnson, a sympathizer with the South.
Was wholly unprepared for the task. Under his Reconstruction plan, the defeated rebels would be allowed to return to power almost as if they had never left. The only requirement to rejoin the Union was that they agree to ratify the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery. This was fine with the old Southern Democratic ruling class. By agreeing to abolish slavery, they would actually increase their political power. Whereas the Constitution's old 3/5 clause limited slave states to counting only 3/5 of their slaves for the purpose of determining representation in Congress, after the Civil War, the Southern states were able to count 100% of the freed slaves. This would ensure the return to Congress of Southern...
So do you get what's going on? Yeah, this is a massive buff to them, because what the South wants to do and what Andrew Johnson wants to do in the South is to count Black people living in the South as, you know, as increasing the electoral votes, as increasing the congressional representation, et cetera, the political power, like he said, of the South, but without allowing them to vote. And then, you know, there were, you know, later on they found, you know, when there were ways found around. There were ways found to keep Black people from voting in the South, right? So, you know, this is what they want. They want to increase their political power without enfranchising any of that. They want to utilize the political power represented by their black population, right, without allowing any self-determination to black people.
Democrats, and in even greater numbers than before the rebellion, allowing them, with the help of their Democratic Party allies in the North, to fight Republican efforts to secure the citizenship rights of the former slaves. Johnson's plan set off 3 years of bitter political warfare. The Republicans in Congress.
And I'm wondering where they're going with this, because you could see two different ways, right? And you probably have seen, maybe even from Praeger these two different ways of approaching it. There's straight up, being more sympathetic to the South, and feeling sorry for the way that the Civil War was prosecuted, feeling bad about Reconstruction, feeling that was too harsh. And then there is also another way that they approach it, which is to say, the Democrats, they were the bad guys. The racists were the Democrats. And guess what? The racists still are the Democrats. They just changed their tack by offering welfare to try to buy the votes, right? So it's the Dinesh D'Souza shit, essentially. That is a possibility. I guess there's a possibility of how this is going to...
created their own congressional Reconstruction plan. Still, in the overall majority there, they reorganized 10 of the southern states into military occupation zones, requiring them to write new state constitutions that recognized black civil rights before they could be readmitted to the Union. Over fierce Democratic opposition, the Republicans also managed to pass 2 new amendments to the Constitution. The 14th...
I'm guessing what he's going to do is try to tie this to the modern-day Republican Party.
And 15th.
Even though that's completely ahistorical, it's ignoring a huge phenomenon in American politics, which is the realignment. Like, over the years, especially as some of the policies that the Kennedy and then Johnson administration pursue are seen as unpalatable by the southern wing of the Democratic Party, known as the Democrats. You have those people leaving the party and becoming Republicans.
Guaranteeing due process in law and voting rights in elections. Those rights enabled the former slaves to help elect new state governments, to hold office, and even to send the first black representatives and senators to Congress, all Republicans. Most important, it
reflects the fact that they're Republicans, right? Even though you've got the opposite kind of people in the Republican Party at this point. You've got the current Republican Party that is full of people that are, at best, sympathetic to the South and to the lost cause mentality, and at worst, neo-confederates in their own right.
In 1869, with the help of 500,000 votes from newly enfranchised blacks, a new Republican president, Ulysses S. Grant, took office. Grant was solidly behind...
Again, a Republican.
...the Congressional Reconstruction Plan.
This is funny how much they're talking. I didn't expect them to be talking out of both sides of their ass like this.
But a new problem arose. Disgruntled Southern whites organized themselves into ad hoc militias to terrorize Southern blacks and their white Republican supporters into...
And the Democrats supported them, the liberal Democrats, because they were so woke that the woke Democrats were...
Silence. The largest and most famous of these militias went by...
This is so unbelievably disingenuous.
...a still familiar name. The Ku Klux Klan. President Grant fought the Klan and others.
The Republican President Grant fought the Klan because he was a Republican, and Republicans don't like racism, unlike the Democrats, who very much support the racist policies of the Old South.
Like-minded terror groups. But the fight required an extended military intervention to keep the peace, and that cost time and money.
And in the end, it wasn't something that they were willing to, sustain.
It also had to deal with Northern Democrats, who were sympathetic to Southern racism. With each new election, 1868, 1870, and 1872, they gained more congressional seats and more power. And then in 1873, a major financial depression began. Economically desperate, anxious to put the remnants of the Civil War behind them.
And ironically, what gave them the power to do that? What gave the Democrats the power to take back more of the House, right? It is the complacency and the centrism and the weak will of those who opposed the most radical of the Republicans, those who didn't have the stomach for any kind of reconstruction, right? It is literally like allowing them to disenfranchise black voters through a number of different means, famously, poll taxes. I think the grandfather clause was like one of these things that, like essentially they find backdoor ways to disenfranchise black voters.
Voters gave control of the House of Representatives back to the Democrats in the 1874 midterm elections. Grant left office in 1877. Soon after, the last Republican state governments in the South were overthrown. Black voters were disenfranchised, Jim Crow racial segregation became the order, and the South returned to social and economic backwardness. What could we have done better? First,
maybe if we had elected more Republicans, then we would have had a very,
we should have imposed a real occupation on the defeated Confederacy.
Okay, this is at odds with their Praeger you kids about Lincoln.
Until a new political generation grew.
They just can't get their propaganda straight, right? They can't keep it straight, right? This was 4 years ago. I think the Praeger you kids thing, the Maya Miguel knockoff, was a lot more recent.
Which learned a newer lesson about race and rights than white supremacy. Second, we should have gotten land ownership into the hands of the free.
Chad, is it just me, or does this guy sound like he should be on a commercial advertising bidets? Like, right? The ultimate in luxury. Pamper yourself.
Slaves, and brought the South into the same world of free markets, economic mobility, small-scale manufacturing and industry that Lincoln's Republicans advocated. But the truth is,
the gentle jets of our bidet will leave you feeling clean and refreshed.
The North had won the war, but the South
had won the peace. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Well, so that's true, but why is this in a Praeger you ad? The only thing that I can tell you is because that's why they were emphasizing the Republican thing. They're doing the Dinesh D'Souza thing here. It's really disingenuous. Anybody who knows anything about politics, right? If you know the least amount about politics, but that's not who Praeger you is talking to. Despite the fact that they have a U after their name, their target audience are people that have not studied this stuff in university like they're going for ignorant people who are just like, oh yeah, I see. So it turns out the Republican Party is the party of anti-racism, the party of Lincoln, and the Democratic Party. Oh, don't I feel so smart now? No, you are literally hoodwinked by
real story.
This garbage.
I'm Alan Gelb.
He's like the Grey Poupon announcer. Well, something to do with poop, right?
For Praeger University.
Praeger you. Okay, let's see if I am trying to
Hey, Cypher here. I decided to record this lecture from my American history courses and do all the fancy audio work I've done in the past. It's meant for an intro-level college class. I actually give it in both halves, one at the end and another at the beginning, since they divide these courses by Reconstruction. Hopefully you'll find it enlightening.
Oh, I don't know how the license
initially fought to preserve the fragile Constitution.
I'm worried about that music.
That cause eventually morphed into one of abolition, dealing with all of these newly freed slaves and how to weave them into American society constituted nothing less than a revolution. But that revolution...
Yeah, that's right, BPCL. Dinesh D'Souza is a regular presenter for them, and this is straight out of his one of his documentaries. This is the same kind of reverse mortgage salesman. That's what he is. Yeah. Sebe Day, that's my favorite kind of bidet.
Remained unfinished. In a noble attempt to implement civil rights and redefine the role of race in America, citizens grew tired of the tumult. And by 1877, Reconstruction...
Twangy anxiety music. That is the best description for it.
Simply so that the ruling party could remain in control of federal power. The North may have won the Civil War, but the South won Reconstruction. The very definition of
Okay, so there it is again.
and what it meant was always contested. Historians to this day still argue over its meaning. The first and most obvious of these is post-war rehabilitation, as in rehabilitating Southerners from rebellion all the way back to the citizenship which they had renounced by betraying their country. There was, of course, also concerns over economic...
Think about the difference between the denazification of Germany and whatever the hell Reconstruction was supposed to be. Like, notice the difference, right? In terms of, you know, like if denazification had proceeded in the same way that the Reconstruction proceeded, you would have Nazi statues all over Germany. Instead of that, chat, you have to go to Canada to see the Nazi statues, yeah? You have to go to other countries, right? That's the one thing that they you know, they're pretty strict on, right? Is any sort of iconography. It sounds like main menu music, yeah, for one of those weird games.
The economy of the North wore down because of the war, and Southern infrastructure faced utter destruction as a repercussion for their insurrection. Some congressmen even called on punishing the South, using military occupation to cause even greater harm than the war itself. Though this never came to be, many Southerners will pretend that that is in fact what Reconstruction was, which is a constitutive part of a mythology they created after the war called the Lost Cause, an ideology which would build up over the course of Reconstruction as a way to memorialize Southerners' rebellion and deny the ignoble ends for which they fought. But Reconstruction was not so easily defined. In fact, many historians debate over its geographical location. For the most part, when we speak of Reconstruction, we are referring to southern states, specifically the ones which had rebelled. But Reconstruction affected both the North and West. For this, historian Elliot West calls larger geographic inclusion Greater Reconstruction, as the US over this period sought to define who was included or excluded in US nationhood by their race. But the most prominent historian on Reconstruction is Eric Foner, who called it America's Unfinished Revolution. For to him, it was a debate between whether states had the right to discriminate against their own citizens, or did citizens have civil rights that states could not breach? Civil rights are about people avoiding lawful discrimination, such as segregation and prejudice, while states' rights are about what a government is allowed to do. These two concepts often come into conflict with one another. This became particularly prominent for the rebel states, who had to negotiate their way back into the Union. For after all, readmission to the Union meant that southern states would be able to post their own congressmen and vote for president. How they would be readmitted hinged on this question of civil rights. As the control of what it meant to be reconstructed moved from the presidency's definition to Congress's, it also moved from a state's right to rejoin the Union into a broader fight for civil rights. But in the North and West, labor itself became interwoven into this question of civil versus states' rights. And the people who came to power during the Civil War was the Republican Party, who had initially campaigned...
Yeah, exactly.
...on freeing...
Exactly, obsessive audio. That's what I was... Yeah, we still see statues. Oh, yeah, and those statues were put up in most places, not right after the Civil War, right? Not as like, okay, this battle happened... You know, now that it's over, let's put up a statue to remember the history of it, right? They were there to intimidate Black people in those areas. They were there to let Black people know who was in charge in those governments and that they were racist. And they were meant to, those statues are like, you know, the role of them is literally keeping, you know, Black people down almost on a psychic level.
In the North and West.
Arizona also part of the Confederacy, and you were saying California,
keeping the territories
even though they're not officially a slave state, had a lot of
slavery and expanding a liberal regime across the continent. But due to Reconstruction, Republicans lost that revolutionary fervor. For while there were always moderates in the party, the troubles of Reconstruction badly fractured it, losing any sense of cohesion. eventually leading to the Democrats, who were indeed the conservative party of the 1860s, 70s, and 80s, taking up the mantle of reform, eventually leading to a 20th century switch in the parties. For now, the Democrats are far more liberal than their Republican adversaries, which was quite the opposite of the 1860s and 70s. But following the Civil War, Republicans were the dominant party of the North, and Democrats for a time were associated with the South's deeply reactionary purposes. Reactionary means to be so deeply conservative that they oppose any kind of social liberalization, such as civil rights, in order to bring back a supposedly better state of society which previously existed. Democrats sought to redeem the South to its antebellum glory days. Antebellum meaning before the war.
Oh my god, chat. The flag we now have in California is actually pro-Confederacy bear flag. Okay, so, like, I kind of wanted to tie this from the late 1860s into the early 1900s and, you know, talk about the lost cause of the South, talk about the romanticization, talk about where the empathy is placed and how that affected, you know, how that affected any real meaning of some of the supposed freedoms that, like, you know, black people were supposed to be given, and, you know, ignited, you know. So you got in during this time the rise of groups like the KKK in order to intimidate Republican politicians, in order to intimidate black people, and then, you know, the eventual resurgence of the Democratic Party. But I don't think I can go any longer. I am actually not feeling very good right now, and I don't know what's wrong with me, but I am not sure when I will stream next. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Sorry we didn't get to more stuff. Sorry that things kind of took a turn for the worse today, and I will try to do better in the future. I don't know, like, I feel like this is an important video to make, but I feel like I'm not doing a good job getting my point across, and I can probably you know, pick up on it. Dusty said that he is still interested in talking, and I feel like I didn't give Chud Logic, like, his due as far as, like, I feel like I didn't give any of it its due. So anyway, yeah, thanks for all the support, everybody. It means a lot to me. Anyway, I will see you at some point.